I have Godzilla. He's by my side. My nose is running. How fast did I go up? Probably. I'm high octane right now. I'm looking forward to this. I have my Godzilla. I bought a Godzilla toy when we went shopping. He looks really stupid. His eyes are rolling into the back of his head. He looks silly. I love him. Looks a bit like a Shin Godzilla. He's got little ears. I don't think Godzilla even has ears. But he can watch. There we go. He won't be able to hear anything, but that's fine. Yes, say hello to Godzilla. Oh yeah, this is what we were doing. It's sad. So, recap. Sakura fucking died. This was after we found out that she was, the spy, spying on us from Monokuma. She was the in-man. I can't remember anything else that happened. I know they all hated her, so anyone could be a suspect right now. I better check the Monokuma file before anything else. The victim was Sakura Ogami. The time of death is estimated to be around 12 noon. The body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor of the school. Everything goes down in the rec room. This is where all the shit happens. There's evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noted. However, it seems that at some point, the victim suffered from violent vomiting of blood. Interesting. Let's get investigating. Let's do it.
Hey.
I think the case this time might be a challenge. Are you up for a challenge, Kyoko? Why's that?
So...
The only way into the rec room is the door we just came through. And that door had been jammed shut with the chair from inside the rec room. Which means the killer would have had to escape somehow after barring the door. So, if the door was blocked from the inside and there was no way in or out till we broke the window, there's like zero escape, right? Hey, isn't that another one of their games? Zero Escape? I'm pretty sure that's another one of their games.
In other words...
This is a classic locked room murder. Classic? Locked room murder? I guess you might see this kind of thing a lot in mystery movies or books or whatever. But could it really happen in real life? And right before our very eyes like this?
Hey.
Are you curious to hear more about what a locked room murder entails? Sure. If you don't mind.
That's fine.
When you break down this kind of murder mystery, there are 4 basic types. The first type is when the locked room is created after the actual crime is committed. This simply means that the killer commits his crime, then, through some special method, seals the room. Locked room murders are so interesting. Murder mysteries in general are interesting. I got a couple of Agatha Christie novels that still need reading, that are on my bookshelf staring accusatorily at me. Along with all of my other books that I haven't read. This mainly involves some sort of trick involving the locking of the room. Basic approaches include using a string or a simple mechanism. There are a number of variations. So for that, all we'd have to do is check the door to see if that's what it was, right?
Correct.
The second type is when the locked room already exists before the crime is committed. Oh?
In other words...
Basically, the killer uses a special contraption or tool from outside to target the victim inside. You push a switch and it fires a handgun. You shoot an arrow through a gap in the door, or something like that.
However...
But in this case, that doesn't seem to fit. There are no guns or arrows in the school, and the door doesn't have any gap that would allow it. Yeah, I think we can probably cross that one off the list.
It's true.
The third type is when the killer stays in the room until it's opened up. What do you mean by that?
In other words...
They stay hidden, and when the door is opened, they use the confusion to blend in with the group. They pretend they show up along with everyone else, and that's that. That sounds like it could have been possible. Maybe. No, we definitely would have noticed considering there's like 5 of us and we're all intimately, like, friends with each other. We would notice if somebody had just showed up out of the blue.
It's true.
And the 4th and final type is when it wasn't actually a locked room at all. Well, it wasn't a locked room. Wasn't it, like, wasn't the door just barred? It wasn't locked. Not a locked room. Zero Escape is another Spec Chunsoft game. Yeah, it is. It's part of their, 999 series, isn't it? Isn't this a sequel? Or is it a different one? I know they've got one called 999. And they've got one called Virtue's Last Reward, I'm pretty sure. Speaking of those, I want to talk about them in a little bit, because, last time I was going to discuss, some of the achievements, and they all have pop culture references as part of the achievement naming schemes. And I think it's part of the translation. I'm not sure if it's the same in the Japanese version, but it might be. But even if it is just English, I wanted to talk about it because I find it kind of interesting that all of the achievements are referencing movies and stuff like that, and some of the achievements reference other Spike Chunsoft games. Not a locked room?
In other words,
By that I mean there actually is an alternate escape route somewhere within the room. You see this a lot in novels and things, but in reality it's generally not possible. And then you think we can cross that one off too?
indeed.
I believe so, yes. So when it comes to locked room murder mysteries, those are the basics. So there are 4 possibilities. Then, Kyoko, which of those 4 choices seems the most likely in this case?
It's true.
That's a good question. Answering that should be our primary focus during the trial. But right now, I can't really say. Let's see. The way the killer set up the locked room. Until I figure that out, the truth behind Sakura's death will stay hidden. It's definitely a tough mystery. I need to concentrate and investigate as much as I can. For Sakura, if nothing else. Oh, shit. Hey, everybody.
What the heck?
We already know who did it. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It had to be one of them. They couldn't stand the sight of her. You agree with me, don't you, Makoto? Well, I don't want to say anything for sure without finding out more. Then let me hope you find out more. You see, Sakura asked all 3 of them to meet with her. You know where? Right here in the rec room. Her voice? Her voice is fantastic. I've already simped so hard over her voice, it's just fantastic, it's wonderful. What? After I went to the nurse's office this morning, Sakura and I both left together, right? Well, eventually she went off on her own. But when I saw her again after that, she told me... She said she'd left a note for each of them. She asked them to meet her in the rec room by noon. By noon? The Monokuma file said she died right around then. It's so sweet. It is the sweetest. What I really like about her English voice in particular is that they found someone with just as sugary, adorable, sweet voice in English as she has in Japanese. It's got the same kind of tenure and tone in both languages, and I think that's something that's quite difficult when finding voice actors in other languages, is that a lot of the time they don't really sound the way they do in the original language. But I think she does. I think she sounds just as sweet and adorable in both languages, and that's kind of what I really like about her voice. I'm telling you the truth. I heard it right from Sakura herself, and I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. She said not to worry, that she just wanted to talk to them. And this is what happened. If I'd stopped her, by force even, this never would have happened. No, honey, don't cry. Please. Hina. It's impossible not to have regrets. I know. Oh, that's sad. But the fact that she asked those 3 to meet with her, and she asked them to come to the rec room at noon, the same time and place she ended up dying, might be good to confirm what I just heard with the 3 of them directly. Okay, let's examine the body a little bit. Sakura drew her last breath sitting slumped forward in this chair. There's obvious evidence of a blow to the head Sakura suffered. Normally I wouldn't have any problem believing that's what killed her. But according to the Monokuma file, she had also vomited blood. And I can see a trace of blood on her lips, for sure. So what would have caused her to vomit blood? The Monokuma file specifically said she hadn't suffered any other injuries. I think that kind of gives away what it is. Maybe her getting hit on the head somehow caused her to start vomiting blood? Not how that works. Sorry, mate. Not a chance. Byakuya.
That's fine.
However, your eyes have landed on a most interesting location. Interesting?
Naturally.
Yes. Most interesting. Don't you agree? No, I don't think I'd call it interesting. Oh, Makoto. But it does make me wonder. The reason Sakura vomited blood absolutely has to be connected to why she died. Yes, suspicious, I would argue. This looks like some kind of wrapper.
Huh?
Oh, that's... Do you recognize it, Hina? Well, yeah. I mean, I gave it to her. That's a candy wrapper. Sakura got super upset when she found out Genocide Jack had attacked me, right? So after we left the nurse's office, I gave it to her. I thought it might help her calm down a little. So you gave that candy to Sakura. I found a big box of it in the warehouse. I really like them. Actually, as soon as we could get into the warehouse, I took the entire box back to my room. I made sure nobody else could get their hands on them. You really like them that much? But I wanted Sakura to get a chance to try one for herself. That's why I gave it to her. But now, they've lost all their flavor. Hina. God, she's so fucking sad. Stop, you're making me feel sad. You're making me feel like shit right now. So she was the only one who had access to those sweets. Fascinating. I'm just gonna go and grab that notepad I have of all of the stuff I want to talk about after the stream's done. It's not often I get to say that about a character, that they're my favourite, I hate them. But yeah, he really is clueless. He's stupid, he has no idea what he's talking about, he's just posturing to look smart. He's trying to impress everybody else. What a fucking idiot. There are shards of glass scattered all around the chair Sakura was sitting on. Was. She still is. The glass is all red, and these are the top and bottom sections of a bottle, right? So this must have originally been a bottle. Glass shards on the floor. Huh? There's something else on the ground near the glass. It's a figure. It fits in the palm of my hand. It's a Monokuma figure. Ew. Gross. Straight in the bin. There are 4 red bottles lined up on the shelf. Oh, just like the bottle we found on the floor. Oh, 2 of them are missing. Fascinating. And inside each bottle, there's some kind of Monokuma figure. What I'm wondering is, how'd they get those figures inside the bottles?
So...
Is that what you're wondering? This is different from your standard ship in a bottle. Huh? You know, where the bottle's opening is smaller than the boat placed inside. You never seen that? He is a bit stupid. Oh yeah, maybe I have. Have you not seen a ship in a bottle? Makoto, like, were you born in a fucking... under a rock or something? Come on, man. So this is the Monokuma version of that. A Monokuma bottle, if you will. I feel like I'm finally starting to make sense of things. Little by little. You are? The Monokuma bottle's sitting on the shelf. The Monokuma figure we found on the ground. The red shards of glass, which probably started out as a bottle. Which would mean Sakura must have been hit in the head with a Monokuma bottle, right? The shards of glass and the Monokuma figure are evidence of that. So I think it's safe to say that the Monokuma bottle was the weapon. Sweet, we figured it out. What's this? The same shelf full of magazines. There are all different kinds of magazines here. You're not gonna, okay, fine. There's a bloodstain in front of the magazine shelf. It must have come from Sakura, right? But that doesn't make sense. Why is it so far away from where she died? Well, there's 2 bottles missing, mate, so maybe she got thunked more than once. The locker's open. And they're on the inside. It's a handprint.
Why?
What's the handprint doing here? Looks like someone touched the inside of the locker and it left a handprint in all the dust.
It's true.
And it looks quite fresh, too. I'd say someone was hiding here in the locker. and they left behind a little something extra. So then, maybe the killer hid in here until the locked room was opened, don't you think? And during all the confusion, they popped out and joined the rest of the group.
Wrong.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's not a possibility. I love it when I have a big spiel about how it could possibly be this, and then she just answers with, wrong. Cool, thanks. Unfortunately, that's not a possibility. Huh? Why not?
Hey.
Think back. Before we opened the door, we looked inside the room, right? Oh yeah. And the locker was already open at that point. That's something that only Kyoko would notice. I'm sorry, I did not pay attention to that whatsoever. I was looking more at the person sitting in the room.
Indeed.
So there's no way someone could have hidden there until after we opened the door. Yeah. So then, what does this handprint mean? I don't know! Is it relevant? Who knows? Hello.
However...
But for Sakura to have been killed... Yeah, she's not the type who would go down without a fight.
It's true.
And she certainly didn't, I would say. She was the ultimate martial artist. Strong in body, mind, and spirit. So how was the killer able to get the upper hand on her? I wonder... Did someone get the upper hand? They must have taken her by surprise, right?
Certainly.
They would have needed to if they expected to stand any chance against her. Hey dickbag, how you doing? What do you want? You're bothering me. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Make it quick. Is it true that Sakura asked you to meet her in the rec room? So you found out. Interesting. And then it's true. I did receive a note to that effect, yes. But what fool would do what it said and risk being killed by that monster? So you didn't go see her? Of course not. I ripped the note to shreds and threw it away. I haven't seen Sakura today at all. Byakuya says he didn't go see her. Is that the truth? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact.
Come on.
If you're all finished, please remove yourself from my sight. Okay, thanks. You dickhead. Byakuya's account. There's some kind of plastic container rolling around near the entrance to the room. Why is it still rolling around? Shouldn't it be still by now? It looks like a protein drink. And it's empty. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loved her protein. And she mentioned more than once how protein was good for all sorts of ailments.
Wrong.
I wouldn't take that to heart, if I were you. I know. But still, this protein can, it's got some, like, Chemical X shit written on the side of it. It's got a label on it that says Chem A2. Hey, I just said that. That reminds me. Sakura mentioned how the chem lab had all kinds of health stuff. So she must have gotten this from the chem lab.
Just a second.
But that's strange. Huh? What is?
Hey.
You see what's scattered around the can? Oh, the glass is underneath it. Strange. It must have been dropped there after I broke the window, which shouldn't be possible. Shards of light blue glass. They must be part of the window I broke to get inside.
Correct.
But they aren't just scattered around the can, they're also underneath it. Why does that matter? Use your brain, Makoto!
So...
I can't say for sure yet, but you're probably going to want to take note of it. I feel like it'll become an important clue later on. An important clue? I'm not sure I see how. Who put it there, dingus? Maybe Byakuya tells you to go away because he can't bullshit his way through the convo anymore. Yeah, he's running out of clever things to say to me. He realizes I'm actually a lot smarter than he initially assumed, and he can't handle it. Need to examine the crime scene as much as possible. What am I missing? There's something on the magazine. Ah. Fucking look at it, will you? The chair, maybe? The chair was shoved up against the doorknob so we couldn't get the door open. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the chair. In other words, there's no reason to think the chair had anything special done to it. It's around 1 o'clock right now. According to the Monokuma file, Sakura died around 12 noon. So roughly an hour ago. Was that when Kyoko and I were moving Alter Ego? What else?
won't forgive you.
What else am I missing? There's supposed to be a magazine. Why? Why? It won't let me look at it. I can't leave.
Indeed.
This thing? This door is the only way in and out of the rec room. The door doesn't have a lock and there's no evidence that the mountings have been tampered with. The only notable change to the door is the smashed window. Which happened, of course, when I broke it to get inside. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the door. In other words, I don't see anything suspicious about the door itself. Having examined both the door and the chair, there's no doubt the reason the door didn't open was simply because the chair was shoved up against it. This kept the doorknob from turning, and the door from opening. And there was no evidence of the door or chair being tampered with, or anything like that. So the killer must have created the locked room from the inside, not from the outside. Oh, okay.
Listen.
Well, Makoto, have you finished with your general investigation? Yeah, I think so. For the most part.
So
Then you should probably go talk with people now. I'm on guard duty, so I can't leave.
listen to me.
Which is why I've decided you'll go in my place. She's decided. She's gotten a lot more pushy since we had our issue. Yeah, she's putting her pants on. But she's right. I do have to go talk to the others. Sakura wanted to meet with 2 other people. I need to hear what they have to say. Can I leave now? Thank you. Those other 2 probably went back to their rooms. Those dicks. I want a word with y'all. Hey. Talk to me. You. Freak. I pressed the doorbell. And after a few seconds... Hey creeper, what are you doing?
Who's there?
Ah, the most negative aura I've ever felt. An aura of total decay.
Well, what do you want?
So you're back to normal. Genocide Jack isn't around anymore.
Don't even say her name. It makes me sick to my stomach. I was in such a good mood, too.
You were? Since when are you ever in a good mood? She didn't look like she was in a good mood.
Hey, I was hoping to talk to you about something. Is now a bad time?
Obviously annoyed, Toko slithered out into the hole like a worm.
What do you want?
You said you wanted to talk to me about something? I sure did. I wanted to talk about the fact that Sakura had asked to meet with you. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Byakuya already told me she asked to meet with him. What? She wanted to meet with Master too? Ah, I just said 2, didn't I? I guess now it's totally obvious, huh? Yeah, pretty much. So can you tell me about it? I admit, I did get the note, but I didn't go see her. I was scared, so I couldn't bring myself to go. Toko claims she didn't go see her, but can I really believe her? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. Is that good enough? Then I'm going back to my room. With that, Toko quickly retreated into her room. Dumbass. She gave the game away. Which ones? Yasukura. I pressed the doorbell. Bing bong. Anybody home? And after a few seconds...
You know?
What's up, Makoto? Did you need something? Yeah, actually. I just wanted to check something. It's about how Sakura wanted to meet with you. How did you know about that?
Could it be?
Did you maybe gaze into my soul? Have your special abilities awakened in you? But I'm not the only one she wanted to meet with. Ogre told me herself that she asked Byakuya and Toko to come too. What? When did Sakura tell you that? Oh, well, when she asked me to meet with her, of course. But didn't she write you a note? Yeah, a note. She gave it to me in person, and she happened to mention the others, like, in passing. I gotta be honest, this is super suspicious. Brother, get your story straight, Jesus Christ. He has no idea what he's talking about. Makoto shouldn't be suggesting things to him. That's a flaw Makoto is making in his interrogation, or his questioning. He's being like, oh, I thought she gave you a note. You shouldn't do that unless you're lying. You should, if you go up to them and be like, so she met with you in person, right? When you know for a fact that she didn't, and then they confirm that, then you can tell that they're lying. You shouldn't be giving them ideas. Let them talk, and let them make mistakes. You don't want to be suggesting anything to them. That's something he should not be doing when he's, questioning potential suspects or witnesses. He shouldn't be saying stuff to them. Just let them talk. So then you went and met with Sakura.
You got it all wrong.
No way. I totally didn't. Why would I ever do that? Yeah, definitely suspicious.
Actually,
The last time I saw Ogo was when Hina got hurt and I took her to the nurse's office.
don't look at
I
me.
haven't seen her since then. While I'm here, could you show me the note she gave you? Do I still have it? Let's see. Hiro was feeling around in his pockets.
Hey, come on.
Sorry. Looks like I don't have it anymore. With a big goofy smile on his face, he pulled his hands back out of his pockets. I don't believe you! But when he did, I saw something flutter to the ground. Ugh, something had fallen out of Hiro's pocket. Huh? Ah! Quick as the wind, Hiro snatched it back up again, and shoved it back into his pocket.
Hey, come on.
Sorry, just a bit of trash I forgot to throw out. Trash?
What?
Anyway, I can't deny that Ogre asked to meet with me, but I never went. So, well, if you'll excuse me. Before waiting for a reply, Hiro quickly slid back into his room. Hiro said it was just trash, but there's no way that's all there was to it. It's the same wrapper as the one Hina gave to Sakura, the one that she said only she and Sakura had. So how did Hiro get his hands on it, Okay, so I've heard from Toko and Hiro. What next? I'll definitely have to look at the actual crime scene again, but on top of that, maybe I should find out more about the protein can we found on the floor of the rec room. I'm sure it must have come from the chem lab. So where should I start? Chem lab! Let's go! Chem! Woo! Chemistry! I fucking hate chemistry. It's my worst subject ever. Sorry, suspect. Still got crimes on the brain. Wait, where is the chem lab actually? I can't teleport in this game, unfortunately. I can do that in the Switch version. I have to walk everywhere manually. So, Hiro's being weird as fuck. Somehow weirder than Toko. That's the data lab. Is that still locked? Yeah, it is. Damn. I need to get in there later. Wait. What the fuck? Where am I? Am I nuts? Oh, shit. Jesus Christ, I'm blind. What the fuck do you want?
What?
Makoto, did you have your eye on the chem lab too? Get out. Get the fuck out. Just make sure you don't get in my way. Out. Out. I'm in here now. Get out. Yeah, I got it. I think what you meant to say was, yes sir, I understand. I'm not saying that, actually. You could suck my dick. Joke. This isn't my first time seeing the shelf, but I just can't get over how big it is. I should probably take a closer look at it. Looks like the 3 shelves have been connected together to make one giant shelf. But more importantly right now, what's that powder that's been spilled in front of this shelf? I have to be careful not to step in it. Let's just have a look at each of these. Let's see. What's on this shelf? There are all kinds of dietary supplements and different medicines. The protein drink we found in the rec room probably came from this shelf. All the containers on the shelf are labelled with the letter A and a number. Wasn't the protein drink also labelled with an A? It was like A2, wasn't it? So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving under section A. Huh? But wait. There's one bottle here that's labelled Chem C9. Could someone have put it here on accident? That's not good. They probably go in order of least to most dangerous. Nope, don't do that. I pressed the wrong button. So on this shelf is... It looks like a bunch of chemicals that I have no idea what they are. They're reagents. Put simply, they're used in experiments to bring about chemical reaction. How have you lived in such ignorance for so long? It must truly be bliss. Isn't that kind of harsh?
What?
What? Do you think studying science and mathematics has no practical application in the real world? Wait. The words of a lifelong loser. Which I suppose suits you well. I didn't even say that. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Right now we need to focus on the shelf. All the containers on this shelf are labelled with the letter B and a number. So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving unit section B. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. In which case I don't think I have to worry too much about the shelf. Maybe there's something labelled labelled A under this one. On this shelf is... One look and I can tell it's nothing but dangerous chemicals. The skull and crossbones give it away. These look like poisons and other powerful chemicals. All the containers on this shelf are labelled with the letters C and a number. So I guess I can consider this part of the shelving unit section C. I should try to find out more about this shelving unit. It looks like it's split into 3 sections. Section A is dietary supplements, Section B has reagents, and Section C has lethal chemicals. Sakura must have gotten the protein powder from Section A. But what concerns me is that in Section A there was a bottle with a label from Section C. What was a bottle of poison from Section C doing in Section A? There's definitely something going on there. I'm sorry, they should not be putting cyanide on the same shelving unit as, like, protein powder and vitamin D supplements. Like, I'm sorry. Unless they had that shit under, like, padlock, they shouldn't be anywhere near. They should be on they should be in a different building. I'm sorry, let alone different shelving unit. I know it's for the game, and it's not criticism at all, but, like, it's just funny to me that they're on the same shelf. You've got reagents, which you definitely shouldn't be drinking. It's, like, smack dab between protein powder and health dietary supplements, and the most lethal toxins known to man. It's just funny to me. Obviously, it was set up to put everything like that, because, like, no doctor or scientist put this here. The mastermind put this here, so it's there on purpose. And a chemical safety issue. It's a massive biohazard issue. Cross-contamination alone is a huge... Died! Stop! No! Fuck off with you. What's happening? We're back? Okay, that's fine. There's a broken bottle in front of the shelf. Is this where all the powder came from? It looks like the bottle had a label on it. Chem C4. C4? That's not good, that's a bomb. Would you like to hear something interesting? I was on the 4th floor this morning, checking things out, and at that point, this room wasn't like this. Then this powder must have been spilled.
So in other words...
That's right. It could only have been around the time of the incident. that really is when it happened, it must be related to the case somehow. Source of the powder. Another thing is that, unfortunately when the stream dies, it creates like a new stream instead of continuing on the old one. And I download all my streams and save them so that I can like watch them later if I ever want to. But what I have to do is I have to download each like 30-minute stream. There's like 5 of them a lot of the time because it keeps turning itself off and on again and starting a new one. And I have to download each one and go into a video editor and compile them all and then export that file. And it takes like 4 hours and my computer overheats because it can't handle it. So, like, it's so damn stupid. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor. I better not leave a footprint. Yeah, don't do that. There's already footprints on it. These are footprints? And they're only in front of the left shelf. How do these footprints relate to the scene as a whole? We may need to sketch out the floor plan. By we, do you mean me? How kind of you to offer. With an insufferable smirk, he handed me a piece of paper and a pen.
What?
Well, let's go, chop chop. Okay. So I got to work, and before long, I'd drawn up a sketch of the room. Did you really need to do this? We could just look at the room? we could look around us with our eyes. So, how's this? Not bad. For you, I mean. For me? Yeah, wouldn't want you to think that that you're complimenting me or nothing.
I see.
So when you look at it like this, interesting. It would appear that whoever left these footprints only had business at the leftmost shelf. Yeah, we really needed him to draw up a sketch to figure that out. They came in, went straight to that shelf, did whatever they had to do, and then left. That's what the footprints tell me. Oh, really? Did you figure that out all by yourself?
I see.
These footprints must be...
It's certainly possible.
Makoto? Are they yours? No.
What?
Okay, then let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself. I couldn't think of a reason not to, so I quietly did what Byakuya said. I see. Your feet do appear to be too big. Unfortunately, I must admit these are not your footprints. Unfortunately? But with how clear these prints are, it should be quite easy to determine who they do belong to. And these prints are a really valuable clue. I should probably take a good hard look at the powder. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor in front of the shelf. There's also the remains of a broken bottle. It looks like the bottle was labelled Chem C4. Also, it looks like someone left their footprints in the powder. Based on the positioning of the prints, whoever it was only went to the left side of the shelf. According to Byakuya, the powder would have had to have been spilled right around the time of the incident. And that's all I can tell for now. Isn't there a dangerous chemical inside of Shelf A? Shouldn't we be paying attention to that? Also, it's weird that Makoto's feet are too big considering he's like 5 foot nothing. He's like, I know men and women's feet are like... No matter how big a woman is and how small a guy is, he will always have fucking huge feet. Guys just have huge feet. It is weird. But even so, I would figure that Makoto's feet would be, at least in comparison to himself, proportionally quite small. Compared to, say, someone like Sakura's. I doubt they would be that much bigger than her own. Right? I've already taken a good look at the chem lab. Maybe I should take another look around the rec room. And not talk to Byakuya at all. Hello.
I see.
Makoto. I admit you have a good eye for spotting useful clues. But you also need to learn how to make use of those clues. Wait, was he being nice? I can't fucking believe it. I'm shook. No, wrong way. I'm doing this one-handed because I'm holding my microphone in the other hand. It's hard. You'd be surprised, actually. It's got a broken window now.
Hey,
What are we doing? So Makoto, how's your investigation going? Pretty shit. I told Kyoko what Toko and Hiro had told me.
I see.
So along with Byakuya, they're both claiming they didn't go see her. But it's all too convenient. Someone must be lying. Someone's lying?
Anyway,
Well, I've made some progress of my own. Sakura's body, the shelf of magazines, and the Monokuma bottles. These three things have revealed new clues. You do well to look them over one more time. Magazines? Yeah, this is what I was trying to look at before. Kyoko said the magazine shelf was hiding a clue of some kind. Clue. A clue! This magazine is upside down. Did someone put it back that way on accident?
hey,
If something catches your eye, it's important for you to explore that in detail. Don't you think? Yeah, you're right. You right? I picked up the inverted magazine and flipped through it. This is... Toko. On one of the pages near the center of the magazine, a word had been written in bold, bloody letters. And it said... Toko. Could this be? A dying message?
correct.
Then it would appear you found it. Kyoko, is this...
So,
It is indeed a dying message. Someone used their finger to write it. A dying message.
however,
But just to be clear, I'm not the one who put it back upside down. It was already like that when I found it a little while ago. I made sure to put it back exactly as I found it, for the benefit of others who might come looking. Hey! Is that... That says... Toko, right? This is so stupid. Is it? How come it's stupid? I never really had a huge problem with this. I kinda like the trial, and the investigation. What do you think is stupid about it? I'm interested. Yeah, it looks like it. Then, she's the killer, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet. What is it with characters in this game jumping the gun being like, it's definitely this fucking... Have none of you learned so far that, like, it's not as simple as just, they did it. XYZ did it. There's always more to it than that. You can't... No one has ever committed a crime and made it so obvious. Anything short of just them going up and being like, hey, I was the one who did it, definitely. Is confirmation. Come on now. Hina jumps the gun a lot, I've noticed, when it comes to, killing people. She's always like, oh, so they did it then, right? She's quite, a bit of a black and white thinker. Where she just assumes that evidence... The latest evidence points to XYZ person being the one to have committed the crime, and she's like, oh, so it was them, right? We're gonna vote them out? She's very, one-track mind, I think.
I won't forgive you.
It's settled. She's the killer for sure. That's conclusive evidence, right? We can use it to corner the killer. I can see why you would think that, but it just seems too easy. If anything, it makes me that much more suspicious. The bottles, right? Next, bottles? I think Kyoko said she found a new clue involving the Monokuma bottles. Something new, something old, something blue.
Hey,
Hey Sakura, I can see your hair in the corner of my screen. So, did you figure it out? There's a hidden correlation between all the bottles. Pay careful attention and you're sure to find it. There's two missing? What? A correlation? They're all holding chess pieces? The fuck do you want from me, Kyoko? Just say words. Use your words. Hey Kyoko, can't you just tell me what it is?
so...
I don't mind guiding you towards clues, but giving you my conclusion isn't a good idea. Each person needs to come to their own conclusions, so that everyone can have confidence in the outcome. And it's not just because you don't trust me, right? No answer? I do trust you, to a degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you anything to begin with. Only to a degree? She's so mean. She's so mean and she hurts my feelings.
Hey,
Actually, there's one other thing about the Monokuma bottles that's bothering me. I'd like to do an experiment to confirm it. You don't mind helping me, right? An experiment?
anyway,
Can you gather up all the pieces of the broken Monokuma bottle? Try to get the smaller pieces too. Huh? Are you sure it's okay to mess with the crime scene like that?
that doesn't matter.
I've already done a thorough investigation, so it's fine. And that obnoxious Byakuya's not here, so...
So then,
She doesn't like him either. Anyway, I need to get something from the chem lab. While I'm gone, try to gather up all the glass. Hey, sorry to burst your bubble, but that obnoxious Byakuya is in the chem lab, so... With that, Kyoko left the room. I really don't know what this is about, but... What choice do I have? I better just do it. I took the broom and dustpan and got to work collecting all the broken pieces. And just as I finished up... Sorry to keep you waiting.
so then,
Is everything ready? Then let's get to work. So what kind of experiment are we doing here?
in other words,
I got a scale from the chem lab. I'm going to use it to compare weights. Compare the weights of what? The pieces of glass you collected. And one of the Monokuma bottles that's still intact. Why do you want to do that? That's the point of the experiment. It'll make sense when we're done. God forbid you actually say anything. First, let's compare the weight of two of the normal Monokuma bottles. It's balanced,
in other words,
which means each Monokuma bottle weighs about the same. Which makes sense. The Monokuma figures inside are basically the same, and nothing else could really affect the weight.
so then,
Now here comes the important part. Put all the pieces you picked up on one side of the scale. Now what might we expect to see? Well, a normal assumption would be either they'll balance out or the pieces I collected will be lighter. I did my best to gather them all, but there's a chance I could have missed some here and there.
so then,
Okay, then let's give it a try. It weighs more. The broken pieces are heavier? How is that possible?
I knew it.
Just as I thought. What?
In other words,
The results of our experiment, and the correlation between each of the bottles. Put it all together,
hey,
and I believe you will arrive at one very persuasive conclusion. So what do you think? It's all on you. Great, thank you for that. The fuck do you mean an error occurred? What does that even mean? That's totally normal. Then how can you?
so,
I imagine it's because I've had plenty of opportunities to touch dead bodies in the past. Okay, normal. What? Sorry, never mind.
hey,
More importantly, look here. Her shoes?
correct.
You see that yellow powder on her instep? Yeah. It really stands out.
I see.
The powder is clue number 1.
Hey,
Next is the wound to her head. Look carefully.
it's true.
Actually, even telling you that, it's incredibly difficult to spot. So let me just explain.
It would seem,
It would appear that she didn't suffer a single blow, but instead received 2 blows to the head. 2 blows?
indeed.
Interesting, wouldn't you say? And there's one more interesting thing. Her fingers?
Correct.
Both of her hands were spotless. There's absolutely no trace of blood on either one.
It's true.
So that's what I learned from examining her body in detail. Okay, so it couldn't have been her that wrote the message Toko then. Because her hands were clean, if the message was written with a finger. I need to learn to bake so I can make my own. Dude, cooking and baking in particular, probably because you're making sweet stuff, some of the most fun shit you can do. Cooking can be a little bit stressful because a lot of the time you cook for like friends and family and you gotta make sure it's alright. And also, a lot of the time you're dealing with like biohazardous stuff, bacteria and shit that could kill you. Baking, there isn't really any of that. It's just fun. And you get like a really tasty sweet treat afterwards. And you don't have to eat it all in one go. Like when you cook and you eat it right then and there. When you bake a cake, you got a cake for another week. It's great. Baking is a really rewarding hobby. It's good stuff. I would recommend it. I was badgering Kate to make a cheesecake. I can't believe she was able to learn all that just by looking at her body. No, Kate is still here. Cheesecake! Cheesecake is great. I don't think anyone but Kyoko could have pulled that off. Ah, shit. It's not all the time we get, really.
Whoops! You caught me sleeping. Your investigation was just so boring I couldn't stay awake.
For once, I'm inclined to agree with the stupid fucking bear.
Should I do it? Is it okay? Can I?
No.
Okay, then let's begin the class trial. You know where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
It's already time? But the mystery of the locked room is still only half solved. At this point, whatever happens will have to happen at the class trial. No. Not whatever happens. I have to make something happen. I gotta be a man of action. I gotta be proactive. Oh, hi dickheads, what's going on? Monokuma made his announcement, and everyone began to meet up, one after another. And then... the ultimate martial artist! A locked room murder mystery.
What?
What the... my game. Oh, I've just recently discovered the power of emoticons. Like, no matter how awful something is, if you toss on a smiley face, it turns positive.
Yes, indeed.
For example, you're at a picnic and you find a dead body. This is just plain creepy. Wait, how actually is he doing that? The wonders of text-based mediums.
Well?
And how about the reverse? No matter how great something is, if you put in a sad face, it makes it look super negative.
Yes, indeed.
For example, do you have 100 friends? He's right. That does make it sound sad.
I can't wait.
Now
can't
then,
wait.
please get on the elevator. I'll see you all down there. Okay. What the hell was that? Yeah, good question. I don't get it.
Just the one.
I don't get you guys. How can you act so casual after murdering someone?
Don't look at me!
I don't think I'm acting casual.
Don't be mean!
I mean, I didn't murder anyone. You fucking idiot.
What the heck?
Yeah, I'm completely innocent. How dare you call me a murderer?
What the heck?
Whatever. They're both dumb. I'm sorry. Hiro, Toko, stupid asses. Love how he uses original emojis. I don't think they had emojis back then. This game came out in 2010. Did they have emojis? They definitely weren't nearly as sophisticated as they are now. If there's another Danganronpa game and the next Monokuma iteration starts using shit like that, you know he's gonna be using like fucking Apple iPod emojis or whatever the fuck. Stupid robot. Either way, the truth will be revealed soon enough. Because there can be no doubt. One of us is the culprit. The killer. The one that murdered Sakura. She was stronger than anyone I know. And yet someone killed her. And that person is here? That person is one of us? Suspicious. Because I didn't do it! How many times do I have to tell you? The culprit is one of us. Make no mistake about that. You seem awfully sure.
Don't look at me!
I said it before and I'll say it again. It wasn't me.
What the heck?
How can you just stand there and say you didn't do it? Without even breaking a sweat?
Hey,
Standing around here isn't going to do any good. Let's get going. I'm inclined to agree. Let's get on the fucking elevator already. Come on, it's time to put an end to this. I made my way towards the elevator. But with each step I took, I felt like I was moving further and further away from my goal. I could feel a chilling fear running through me, trying to make me rot from the inside out. No matter how many times I go through this, it never gets any easier. We climbed into our steel prison in total silence. We watched the doors close, and felt it begin its sinister descent. Oh, it's so sad, there's so few people left on this elevator. Remember when this thing was fucking packed? The elevator lowered, uttering its all too familiar clunking sounds. It fell lower, and lower, and as suddenly as always, the ride was over. The doors opened once again. Just the 6 of you, huh? Really? That's so few. You must be so lonely. You say that like it's not your fault that we're all that's left. I wonder, will the class trial end with one less classmate again? Or will your school life come completely to an end?
Now then.
Are we ready to begin? You know the drill. Find your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened for the 4th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. Here we go. It's this shit again. Okay. What have we got? A locked room scenario. So they barricaded the door, but we're sure that there was nobody in there, right? Definitely 100% sure. There was nowhere anyone else could hide other than that locker, which was open. So this ties back to Sakura being hit in the head twice, which is what Kyoko said. Because she's slumped over in the chair and yet there's a bloodstain over here. According to Aoi, she had monopolized his candy as soon as it had become available, so obtaining a piece would have been difficult to impossible. And yet, for some reason, Hiro had a piece. Interesting. Robot jock. Bastards! Okay. I don't really need that, do I? Increases bullet capacity. I'll get that one, I think.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But
Woohoo!
if you pick the wrong one,
Yes, we have another trial. I fucking love the trial. Best part of the
then
game.
I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, where to begin?
That must be the hardest part about writing a like a murder mystery style experience, is when you're actually doing the trial part, what do you start with? Because you have to lay it out in such a way that you go through all of the evidence, but not to the point where you actually accidentally give the game away or explain too much too early on. You've got to do it in the right order, and figuring that out must be pretty difficult for writers.
We already know who did it.
Let's go.
Deja vu.
The one who killed Sakura is one of the people that hated her. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It was one of you.
Idiot.
Nah,
I
dickbag.
had nothing to do with it.
Yeah! I'd never kill someone, no way!
I don't want to hear your stupid excuses.
Hina sure really... Jesus Christ, I can't read. Hina seems really sure that one of those three is the killer. Sorry, I'm on Twitter. I'm looking at, Hawkeye spoilers. My bad. But she must seem, fuck me. My brain. Help. I can't stop. I'm looking at Twitter. I'm looking at tweets. Fuck's sake. Alright, shut up, brain. We're playing Danganronpa. Stop thinking about anime. But she must have some reason for believing that. Oh god, not this. No, I have to use my brain for this. No, I can't stop thinking about Hawkeye Star Rail. Oh no. Which of these assholes is fucking giving the game away?
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Sorry.
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
That's low. That's about as low as you can get.
There must be some reason why Hina feels so strongly.
It was one
Wait.
of you killed Sakura.
Wait, hang on, wait. Hang on. What are their accounts again? She said Sakura wrote notes. She slid the notes underneath each person's door. Byakuya confirmed he received Sakura's note but claimed he never went to see her, and had not seen her at all. Toko confirmed that she received Sakura's note but claimed she never went to see her. Okay, that's really gives me nothing. That gives me nothing at all.
Because
It's probably
you
not
all had
Toko's.
a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
Oh, you bitch. You fucking purple bastard.
That's about as low as
As you can get.
Uh-huh.
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
Okay. Got it.
No, that's wrong.
Not the only reason you have.
Another reason you suspect them is because Sakura wanted to meet with them, right?
Yeah, and that was right before she died. So there's no doubt about it. One of those three killed her.
I can't disagree with Hina. There's good reason to suspect all three of them. Now does that mean one of them did it? No. Actually, it doesn't. And the fact that you're being so suspicious and wordy about this.
The fact that Sakura wanted to meet with all three of them, there's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is absolutely guilty.
Probably
I don't
this, right?
deny that she wanted to meet with us, but I never went to see her.
True.
I didn't either.
Okay, this.
Same here.
Yeah, you did, you bitch.
No, that's wrong. Hiro, when we were talking before, you dropped a small piece of paper, remember? It was white with red polka dots.
What's that got to do with anything?
I don't know. Why do you look like suspicious?
Red polka dots? That's gotta be the wrapper from the candy I gave Sakura.
No, it's,
Ever since we got into the warehouse,
What is it,
I
son?
totally monopolized that entire box of candy. So there's no way a single one of them was left in the warehouse.
She stole all that candy.
In that case, Hiro, where did you get that piece of candy?
From Sakura. It's the only explanation.
Let him speak. Let him dig his own grave.
well, I mean, yeah, sure I got it from her, but she gave it to me forever ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to her.
When? When did she give it to you?
The last time you saw Sakura was when Hina had to go to the nurse's office, right?
Yeah, so I must have got it sometime before then.
But Hina never gave Sakura the candy. But what Hiro said can't be right, because Sakura could only have gotten the candy after the incident in the nurse's office. And the reason I know that is when Sakura got the candy.
I'm not sure about that, Hiro. Hina didn't actually give Sakura the candy till after she left the nurse's office. So if that was the last time you saw her, there's no reason you should have had that candy.
Damn it!
Nah, dumbass.
I mean, what I meant was, Oh, that's right! I did meet up with her in the rec room.
Oh, you suddenly remembered. Oh, you just remembered that, did you?
Why the sudden hostility?
But we just talked, that's all. I didn't do anything, you gotta believe me.
I don't believe you.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
Is she?
You are hostile.
It's not just normal hostility. You're the real culprit. I even have proof.
Huh? The proof? What are you talking about?
Talking about the magazine?
About her shining message.
What would a shining message even be? Sudden hostility is usually a tell. Yeah, getting defensive.
At the scene of the crime, she had written out Toko in her own blood, right?
Thing is though, like, how did you know that, Hero? I never told you that. Then again, if you're being heavily accused of a crime by everyone, it's natural to be very defensive, because if you didn't do it, naturally you would get kind of angry that people are accusing you of something you didn't do, and when you say you didn't do it and they don't believe you, they're basically calling you a liar, and no one wants to be called a liar. But at the same time, you gotta be chill. Otherwise, yes, hostility is a tell, but not always. It's still not proof of anything, unfortunately. A tellboat, maybe. You can't really use it as, like, proof, he did it, you know?
It was her dying message. Just like what you guys were talking about with Sayaka.
That's true. I saw it for myself.
See? See? Toko did it!
What are you saying? No way! I didn't do it!
You just don't know when you're beat, do ya?
Hero, hold on. When did you see that dying message of hers?
Yes, that's what I want to know.
Huh? Well, when we found Ogre's body.
You weren't there. You went back to your room.
But if you recall, Hina was very adamant about keeping you away from the scene of the crime. So it's hard to believe that's when you actually saw the message for yourself.
Huh? Hold on. But when Kyoko found the message with the magazine with the dying message in it, it was on the magazine shelf.
Kyoko, you found the magazine on the magazine shelf, right?
That's right. Looking through the shelf, I found the magazine with the dying message on it. I found it right there at the scene of the crime, after we'd started the investigation.
If that's true, then what Hiro just said doesn't really make sense, does it?
Nope.
Doesn't make sense?
You weren't there,
Doesn't
bitch.
make sense. Everything I said makes perfect sense.
Nope. Wrong again. No, there's an obvious problem with what Hiro said before. He wasn't even there. He didn't see it.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message.
I probably have to grab one, don't I?
When Ogre's body was discovered.
When Ogre's body
And
was
I can tell
discovered.
you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I
This?
found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
No, there's definitely something wrong with what Hiro said just now.
I can tell you.
Nope. Hang on, wait. No. No.
When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I
Right,
saw
so that must be
What I
it.
said makes total sense.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
No, fuck you! God damn
I
it.
can tell you when it was only after the investigation.
I found the magazine when I pulled it out.
Fuck's sake.
What I said makes total sense.
Goddamn purple bullshit.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying when Ogre's body was discovered.
You.
And I can
I'm
tell
gonna
you when
kill
I
myself.
found the dying
It was
No? Really? Okay. It's gotta be something to do with that. Maybe it's the magazine shelf?
When Ogre's body was discovered.
Okay, fine.
No, it's wrong.
What of a game?
When Sakura's body was found, that magazine was sitting on the shelf nearby. That's where Kyoko found it, after we'd begun the investigation. And you weren't at the murder scene, so there's no way you could have seen it then.
Edge.
Tell us the truth, Hero. When did you see the message?
Hold on. You're focusing on the wrong part. Why does it matter when I saw it?
Because you must have been there, stupid ass.
All you gotta do is read the Vienna sausage Ogre left us, and we know who the killer is. Toko!
I don't even know where to begin with that one.
He's just trying to confuse us.
Actually, can we even be sure Sakura wrote that message in the first place?
No, we can't.
Yeah?
No.
I think we can all agree Ogre wrote that message.
Nope. Wrong.
100%, without a doubt, she wrote it.
I wanna know what that
This is me
means,
talking, so
what he
you
just
know
said.
it's true.
What? No, that doesn't make any sense. Without a doubt. No, I absolutely do doubt it. There's no way Sakura wrote that message. Oh, this shit. Oh, no. Don't do this
Show
to me.
the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. Hear you, can't hear you. Conspiracy. The end is nigh. Can't hear you, can't hear you. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Show me the proof. Show me the proof.
Bang.
prove it.
There's your proof, bitch.
I'm completely unconvinced that Sakura wrote that dying message. Because if you look at it, the message was almost certainly written using a finger. But both of her hands were completely free of blood.
Say what?
Then, who did write it?
Hero could very well have written it himself. That would explain how he knew about the message in the first place.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Ah! He admits it!
I figured as much.
30%, right? Yep. He's right 30% of the time. Except when he isn't.
But why would you write something like that?
Yeah, Hero.
Because
Why did you do it?
I killed her!
Oh, Hero. You're admitting to killing her.
Please, just let me explain what happened. I got Ogre's note, and so I headed to the rec room right before noon, just like it said.
You just did exactly as the note asked? What a fool.
And when I got
Byaku's given
there-
up. Sorry, but do you mind waiting? I asked a couple of other people to meet as well. Okay. Would you like a piece of candy? It might help give you some energy. Oh, sure. Thanks.
And that's all she said. After that, we just stood around in awkward silence. Suddenly, I heard her mutter something.
This is it. I'm going to end it today. I'm going to end everything.
As soon as I heard that, I just knew. I knew she was gonna try and kill me. She was gonna kill me and make her escape.
Oh, you're so gullible
So of course I freaked out
and
then
dumb.
I saw my only chance. I grabbed the Monokuma bottle from the shelf and smashed it across her head. I hit her from behind before she had any idea what was happening. Then she just went limp. I didn't see her move again after that.
How did those little bottles do so much damage?
Once it was over, I pulled myself together. I realized if I didn't do something, I'd be caught and executed. So I wrote Toko's name in blood across a magazine on the table and I ran away.
I can't believe you! You're the worst! I hope you die!
Well, that's what happened.
She's so mad.
Go ahead. Roast me, boil me, do whatever you want.
You're not gonna get off that easy.
Whoa.
It's death. Death for the one that killed Sakura. We're ready to vote now, right? We know who did it.
No.
No.
Something's still
I think
wrong.
there's more to Hiro's story.
What are you talking about? What else could there be?
There's one thing that Hiro's story just now doesn't explain. And until we figure that part out, we can't consider the case closed.
So what is it that Hiro did that doesn't make sense?
I got it!
Yeah, okay. Jesus.
That's true.
I wasn't sure then.
Everything you just said. It doesn't explain why the magazine was hidden, does it?
Yeah. Why'd you stick it back on the shelf?
By the time the body was discovered, the magazine had been picked up and put on the shelf.
Who did that?
Why would you take the time to write that message, then stick it somewhere we might not find it?
Oh. Well, I didn't hide it. I'm sure I just left it sitting there on the table.
Really?
He's lying! He's gotta be lying!
Oh, somebody else is acting defensive now.
I don't see any reason he would lie now, after already confessing to the crime.
Then he's not lying?
Well, think about it. Out of the 3 people Sakura asked to meet with her, Byakuya is the only one with half a brain cell that he can use to dictate, okay, maybe I shouldn't go and meet with the much bigger, stronger person that could definitely overpower me. And also, I am suspecting of committing crimes. Like, think about it.
Assuming he's telling the truth, someone else must have put the magazine back on the shelf.
He's the most suspicious bastard, and yet he does nothing wrong except be an asshole. I like that.
In other words, at least one other person was in the rec room both before and after the incident.
I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah.
But then, who was it?
If they went to the trouble of hiding the magazine, they must not have liked what was written on it.
Someone who wouldn't like what would be written on it. There's only one choice. Toko. Toko, what have you
It
done?
had to be Toko, right?
What have you done?
Who else would want to hide the magazine other than the person whose name was written on it?
Is he right, Toko? Did you really go to the rec room?
Why would I have... Wait! But more important, that doesn't even matter! We already know who did it, right? Hiro just admitted it!
That's right. I killed her.
No, you didn't.
Who asked you?
The nature of the class trial dictates that I need to answer
No
questions.
doubt Hiro attacked Sakura with the bottle. But that's not where this case ends.
What do you mean?
What he means is that Hiro isn't the killer.
You can't be serious! That's just... I don't believe it!
Hiro, tell us what happened one more time. If we go through it once more, it should become clear he's not Sakura's killer.
So, what do you want me to do?
Just tell us what happened one more time when you attacked Sakura.
I don't really see why, but okay.
We haven't reached the end of the case just yet. Hiro isn't the real killer, and I have to prove that. Why is Toko so worried? Because suspicion has fallen onto her shoulders. Oh Christ, the status of the body. Must be, right? It had 2 wounds to the head. Hang on, wait.
I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby.
Wait, what's Kyoko's summary? Sakura. Oh, that one then. Okay.
And I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once. After the first swing, the bottle shattered. And she went limp.
See? Isn't it obvious? Hero really is the killer.
Hero hit Sakura, that's for sure, but this doesn't end there.
I didn't want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby. And I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
Boom.
No, that's wrong.
That's wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
If Sakura died from Hiro's single blow, that doesn't explain why she had 2 head wounds.
Two?
Two
That's
indeed.
right. She had 2 separate wounds on her head.
They must have been very close together for Kyoko to... Because Kyoko was the one who was like, oh, it's really difficult for you to notice, so I'll just explain it to you. They must have been like right on the same spot.
And remember, this girl examines dead bodies as a hobby. Personally, I
Ah, shit.
But I only hit her once. How could she have 2 wounds?
2 wounds means she was struck twice. What's more, both attacks must have come from a Monokuma bottle.
Hold on. How can you know that just from some cuts on her head?
Because
was
she's fucking
attacked
genius.
Twice with 2 Monokuma bottles?
It's not just because of her head wounds. It's also because of the Monokuma bottles themselves. There's something very suspicious about those bottles.
Hey, Kate. So we don't know, technically, what Kyoko's, ultimate is. I'm wondering if you figured it out by now. They make it fairly obvious, I feel.
Once you understand that point, you'll understand why 2 separate Monokuma bottles must have been used.
Yeah, because she was hit twice.
Think back. After the incident, there were 4 Monokuma bottles left on the shelf, right?
What happened to the other piece? I only found one on the floor.
And we found pieces of a bottle on the ground, along with the chest piece it had inside.
That was the bottle Hiro hit Sakura with, right?
For now...
Oh, no, I remember too, yeah.
Bottles and 1 broken bottle. But originally, there were 6 bottles in total, meaning 1 has gone missing.
But how can you know for sure there were 6 bottles?
I don't know, maybe because there were 2 giant spaces in between the fucking 4 bottles on the shelves?
That's easy. If you look at what the bottles all had in common, it should become clear.
A correlation between the Monokuma bottles. I feel like it's starting to become clear. Kyoko is very smart with clues, almost Sherlock level. She's smart, isn't she? She definitely sees things that even my my clever clogs couldn't pick up on. So yes, it's almost like her special talent is noticing clues. That connection must be chess piece? Yeah. Gotta remember how to spell peace. Damn it. Smashed it.
Now I understand.
Now I understand. Yeah, shut up, man. Shut up.
That's it. The chess pieces. Inside each bottle, there was a Monokuma figure holding a different chess piece.
King, rook, bishop, pawn. I definitely remember seeing each of those.
Oh, he definitely plays chess, doesn't he?
And the piece that was inside the broken bottle we found was the knight, if I remember.
So, what's that?
Where's the other one?
matter?
Where's the other one, Toko? Where is it?
I guess you don't know too much about chess, do you? Then let me explain.
Wow. You basically just called her stupid.
In chess, there are 6 different pieces. The king, the queen, the rook, knight, bishop, and pawn.
Yeah, well,
What was left intact at the crime scene were the king, rook, bishop, and pawn. Just those 4.
Where's the queen?
And on the ground was the knight.
Oh, so the queen is missing.
Ultimate chess master Byakuya? You goddamn right. You know he won so many championships against grown men when he was like 5. Do you just know? His voice is so different when he says no, I understand. So silly. He enters baby mode when he says that. He went all like ooh voice. It was really weird.
So we only have evidence for 5 bottles at the scene, while one apparently went missing.
What does chess have to do with anything?
Nothing, you stupid dunce. It's about where the fucking pieces have gone missing.
Yeah, shogi is way better.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
You're an idiot too.
No, that's not what I mean.
God, they share one brain cell. God, they're both so stupid.
So, let's say a bottle did go missing. There's no evidence that has anything to do
This
with
game is so
the case.
unserious. It's fantastic.
That bottle could have disappeared any time before the murder.
No. It's clear that the missing bottle is connected to this case.
How is it clear?
Yeah, explain. She's clearly too stupid to understand.
Think about what state the missing bottle must have been in. Maybe then you'll understand.
Wait, then the bottle that was missing, it was broken.
The bottle must have been broken.
Yeah, we found like a top and bottom of one broken bottle, but not 2. But when we weighed the pieces up, the pieces that we gather up on the ground were heavier than the whole Monokuma bottle. So that means that there were some pieces from a different bottle mixed in there. So whoever had broken the second bottle had cleaned up some of the pieces, but not all of them, hence why the bag was heavier.
What makes you so sure?
You weren't very thorough, were you?
Because there was evidence at the scene that supports it.
Huh?
That's right. We found evidence that shows there was more than just one broken bottle at the scene.
And what is this evidence?
It wasn't just a single broken bottle, and the evidence that proves that is... the experiment.
I got it! Earlier, Kyoko and I did a little experiment. We compared the weight of the broken bottle pieces at the scene to one of the unbroken bottles. And what we found was that the collection of pieces was heavier. And the reason for that is... there was actually more than one bottle's worth of shattered glass.
It's so clever.
So from this, we can surmise that 2 bottles were actually broken at the scene of the crime. But someone did their best to clean up the pieces of one of the bottles, along with the figure inside. But when they did, they must have left behind a few too many pieces. Which is only natural. They certainly had no way to measure the exact right number of pieces to remove.
But why would they have to try and get rid of it like that anyway?
Make it look like they weren't there.
Because of what it would reveal about the case.
There can be no doubt that the second missing Monokuma bottle was involved in this case. It must have been used by Sakura's second attacker.
I got it! The
Poor
bottle
Sakura.
that was removed from the scene was used
Getting bodied
the
by
second
everyone.
time Sakura was attacked.
The second wound on Sakura's head came from that second bottle. Given all the evidence, this is the only possible conclusion.
You so smart.
The killer wanted to make it look like there was only one attack, so they had to get rid of their evidence.
From there, we can conclude that it wasn't Hiro who delivered that second blow. Wouldn't you agree, Toko? And there's the matter of the magazine. You must have been in the rec room when the incident took place.
Wait! I admit, maybe there was a second attack, but there's no evidence I had anything to do with it.
No way! You killed her! I'm sure of it!
Shut up! Until 2 seconds ago, you were claiming you killed her!
True.
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. That's just the kind of guy I am. Plus, I just remembered something that proves it.
Okay, fine. Let's hear it.
He's so dumb.
Right after I got Ogre's note. I was kind of nervous about it, so I went to the rec room early. You know, to stake it out or whatever.
Of
I
course.
was waiting there, and that's when I saw her. I saw Toko go into the rec room.
You didn't think to mention this at any point. Jesus. You did?
Pretty soon, Ogre showed up, and she went into the rec room. I assumed Toko was still in there, so I figured everything would be okay. That's why I headed in. But when I got inside, Ogre was all alone. Toko had disappeared.
And you just now decided to share that with us?
Right, he could have used that to begin with. He could have said, right at the start, oh, Toko did it. That would have... like, oh my god.
After the shock of thinking I'd killed someone, I forgot all about it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you.
Could someone
You're
tighten the
next.
screws on his brain? I think they've come loose.
I agree with you, I'm sorry to have to say
Where
that.
the heck did you disappear to?
You don't know what you're talking about. I never went in the rec room.
I'm sure she didn't disappear, but maybe she found somewhere to hide.
What? Hiding in the rec room? Don't be ridiculous. Whoa, why are you all ganging up on me? You're all nothing but vermin.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. There's definitely proof that shows Toko was hiding in the rec room. Bullet time. Oh god, no, not bullet time battles, no! Tear finish. Oh, no, oh god, no, don't do this to me! Hero, that's actually very clever to stake out the room for us. It is, actually. You should definitely not be going into rooms where people have said, let's meet in here. Especially not suspicious persons like Sakura, even though she's harmless. He definitely did the right thing, watching and waiting first. You're about halfway through the game now. Go you! Thanks, game. Not this. I hate this. Why would you do this? Why would you make these harder?
It's a lie. I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No. That's enough. I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse you. It's a lie. That's enough. It's a lie. I admit nothing. I
Come on, come on, come on.
hate you. I curse you. No. That's enough. I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse you. It's a lie.
That was easy.
That's
It's, this. Yeah, shoot it!
Should prove it.
Yeah! Only halfway through, yeah. Jesus Christ. We have my favourite trial yet to
You
come.
know someone left a handprint behind on the inside of the locker? They must have been hiding in there and put their hand on the wall without thinking. Does this handprint look familiar, Toko?
You suck.
it doesn't.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Let's just compare it to your hand, shall we? That'll clear
How are we gonna
everything
do
up,
that?
right?
Wait, what do you mean, how? How? Did you bring the locker? Did she cart the locker down? Over her shoulder? What? How, what? You know what? I'm not even gonna ask. Don't ask. Don't think about it. Don't think about it, you just get mad. Joking, I know. No, I'll fully admit that I suck. I definitely suck at those. They're hard, okay?
Stop wasting my time. Just tell us the truth.
Okay, it's my handprint.
She admitted that real fast.
Dang, she just straight up admitted it.
It's because Byakuya. You know, Byakuya, you should just said to begin with to make her
Then
answer.
you killed Sakura.
We would have had to do that whole fucking thing.
No, I swear, there's no way.
Out with it.
Coco.
Probably did kill her.
Oh my god, she's useless. Actually functionally useless.
Straight up again.
Wait, what do you mean probably?
She's so funny.
Give us the details, Toko. What happened between you and Sakura?
Talk. Now.
After I read Sakura's note, I decided to go there early.
She's so weak.
So I went into the rec room. I didn't know what she might do if I didn't go, but I was too scared to face her head on. So I figured I'd just sneak in first and hide in the locker.
Then, did you see what happened? Did you see me hit her?
She definitely saw.
Yes, and I saw you write my name. I saw you forge her dying message.
Oh, they're not gonna be friends after this.
Well, that's awkward.
You don't say.
So after he left, I jumped out of the locker and put the magazine back on the shelf.
But when you did, you put it back upside down.
Imagine making such a stupid mistake as to make it like obvious that you put that the magazine was the wrong way round. It would have been so noticeable and eye-catching.
I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry.
Oh, shut up.
Imbeciles, all of you.
You know what? For the first time in my life, I agree with this bastard.
Forget all that. Why did you attack Sakura?
That's
After I
awkward.
put the magazine back, I heard a sound behind me like a monster growling. And when I turned around, there was Sakura, covered in blood and staring right at me.
She is very intimidating, especially for a wuss like Toko. Even so, like, of course she's covered in blood. She just got whacked in the head by a fucking glass bottle.
When I saw all that blood, I fainted right there in front of the magazine.
Oh yeah, I forgot she's got a blood thing. Yeah, sorry, never mind. I take it back.
I don't remember what happened after that. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask her.
Her? You mean... Oh, you can just do that on command?
Guess it's back!
Was on.
It was your fault after all.
She just... There's no adjustment whatsoever. She's just like, oh, I'm here now. Sweet.
My fault, Master's fault. When our faults combine, they soar to even greater heights.
Just answer the question. Did you kill Sakura?
Well, to be honest, Miss Morose and me don't actually share our memories. So I can't really say what was going on. But I was just minding my own business, sleeping peacefully when someone shook me awake. Was it a prince paying me a visit? I wondered. So I opened my eyes to see... Splatter everywhere! I was not prepared for that. And, well, I guess it took me by surprise. I got so startled, I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle. Sakura was just worried about you, and you're terrible!
Okay, playing devil's advocate for Genocide Jack for a second there. If you saw a large intimidating person covered in blood looming over you, when you first wake up, you'd be a bit spooked, right? And you remember what I was saying about Toko, or Jack being like a protective being? I wouldn't really be surprised if her first instinct would be to immediately kickstart defense mode. So I wouldn't exactly say that this makes her a bad person for that. She's a bad person for a variety of reasons, but not for this, I wouldn't say.
No, she's terrible! Thanks to her, I murdered someone who wasn't an adorable boy for the first time ever!
See, that right there is what makes you a bad person. Your psychology is terrible.
And when it was all over, you collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence, didn't you?
I wasn't about to die for some woman! If I'm gonna go down, I want it to be for killing Master!
Just go away and die your mindless death alone. Don't drag me.
I love him.
Catch a break, you know? Fate's got it out for me. Because normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack, no problem!
Have you two fought before? What do you mean?
Even as strong as she is, she must have still been reeling from Hiro's attack.
Hey, come on. That's, you know.
That's a totally fair assessment. Don't try and don't try and defend yourself from that. You did that. Own it.
But anyway, I'm not the one that killed Ogre. So that's good.
I guess, for you. So that's good? Keep talking like that and Hina's gonna...
Well then, that's that. Let's start the vote.
Huh? I thought for sure you'd have some words for Hero on that one.
What's wrong? Come on everyone, we're ready to vote, right? Let's do this.
No. Still no.
No, not quite yet.
Huh? Not yet?
There's still other evidence we haven't been through. Come on, we've gotta go through everything.
Don't you think there was something odd about Toko's story? I mean, you had to have noticed.
Odd. Huh?
Hiro's attack, and then Toko's, but that still wasn't the end of it.
It wasn't?
Tell us your story one more time. Tell us what happened after you fainted. Then even this gaggle of idiots should understand what I'm talking about.
Oh, he has such a way with words.
Your wish is my command, darling.
Ugh. It's not over yet, is it? The one who killed Sakura is... Not one of these. Oh, what could it be? The powder, maybe? The powder on her foot, right?
I was just sleeping peacefully. And all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood.
True.
You smashed her head
True,
into the
true.
Monokuma bottle?
You got it! I smashed her good!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
Ah, no. Wrong. The main problem here is, if the second attack from Toko really was the killing blow, she should have been dead in front of the magazine shelf. Oh, when did she vomit blood? What's the status of the body? Ah, this one then.
And all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up.
You were taken by surprise. You smashed her head in with the
You got it!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
No.
No, it's wrong.
That's wrong. Wrong.
We found Sakura sitting
You got it.
upright in a chair.
Yeah, baby. We got it.
The blow by the shelf was the cause of death. There's no explanation why she was in that chair.
She's such a funny silly.
So, you finally noticed.
Oh, fuck you. It's not like you said anything.
That's just another lie from a bloodthirsty serial killer.
Well, we found her in the chair, and there's a bloodstain by the shelf, so...
Are you sure you didn't attack her while she was sitting in the chair?
No, there's a bloodstain next to it. You guys have 5-second memory.
No, I'm sure she's telling the truth. Anyone who saw the murder scene should think the same way.
That has to be it. The evidence that proves there was an attack in front of the magazine shelf. Oh, this thing.
I got it! Sakura was definitely attacked in front of the shelf. The bloodstain by the magazines is proof of that.
Then she must have moved the body after she killed her, right?
How? She's tiny.
All to make it look like I did it. Because when I hit her, she was sitting in the chair.
Hey, come on now, look at me. I can't carry anything heavier than my own scissors.
I mean, you lift up grown men and pin them to walls, so you definitely can lift heavy things. But Sakura is in a league of her own when it comes to being big.
There's
So,
no way I could move a muscle-bound heavyweight like that.
yeah.
Then what's the deal?
Well, are you still convinced the case has come to an end?
But...
Plus, the biggest mystery of all, the locked room, still has yet to be explained.
Oh yeah, it's a locked room mystery. That completely slipped my mind.
Until we take care of that, we can't say this case has been properly settled.
Oh, that part's easy. After she killed Sakura, Toko just hid in the locker again.
Nope, we've been through this. Impossible.
So she just hid in there till everyone showed up and opened the door? And while everything was all confused and hectic, she She just snuck out of the locker into the group.
No, because the locker was literally right in front of where me and Kyoko were crouched in front of Sakura's body. So there wasn't that much pandemonium and confusion that Toko could have walked out of the locker and had no one noticed that she's fucking in there. It has to be a big crowd of people that somebody can integrate into and be like, oh my god, a dead body, I never noticed, you know? It's not just two people. And Hina's standing by the front door. It never would have been possible.
No, I don't think that's possible.
The reason there's no way Toko was hiding in the locker is because, well, the reason is because the locker was open.
I got it! Even before we opened the door to the rec room, Hina and I both got a look inside. And at that point, the locker was already open. So obviously Toko couldn't have been hiding in there.
Oh my god, a dead body. Everyone gather around. Yeah, exactly. Toko, I see you in that locker. Come on, get out of here. Check out this dead body I found.
Where was she hiding?
I don't know. What's this whole locked room thing about anyway?
I forgot you were asleep for most of this.
How do you not know? You killed her!
I think the fact that I don't know proves I didn't kill her. Thank you very much.
Look at her innocent little face. She wouldn't kill anybody.
You're lying.
No, she's not. I've been saying all along, there's still more to this case.
But if Genocide Jill didn't do it, that means Ogre didn't die from the shot to the head.
And
Well, I can't imagine what else could have killed her.
that's because you're overlooking vital information.
Yeah, Genocide Jack is the definition of, like, evil catface. Could we really be missing something so important? If there's another possible explanation, maybe it's what? That was such a cute face. She's a cutie. She's an innocent little baby. No wonder the police haven't caught her yet. She just pulls that cute little face and they're like, couldn't be her. Just couldn't be. What were we doing? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about Genocide Jack.
If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack,
Which it wasn't.
then what was it?
Mm-hmm.
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
This? Oh god, sorry. Come on, Makoto, don't climb up now. Sorry. My bad, y'all, my bad. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not my
What
health.
was it that killed Ogre? If it wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack,
Oops, shit. Hang on. What am I doing? It wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack.
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot.
Yeah, okay,
No,
gotcha.
that's wrong.
Because that's got the information about the vomiting blood thing.
According to the Monokuma file, Sakura had vomited blood. I think we can assume there's a chance this was related to her cause of death.
The chance, eh?
In fact, there was even a trace of blood left around her mouth.
Well, I mean, maybe when she got hit with the bottles, she cut the inside of her mouth.
If that's all it was, the file wouldn't have specified vomited blood. Not to mention, I didn't find any cuts inside her mouth.
You even checked in there?
Ew.
God, you really are into dead bodies.
Kyoko, that's foul. Absolutely foul.
No, I'm not into dead bodies. What I'm into is solving mysteries.
She sounded so offended. I'm not into dead bodies. Ugh. She's a vampire. Yeah, check her teeth, Kyoko.
but if there wasn't a cut
Yeah,
or
fingering
anything,
around in
then
there.
What made her vomit blood?
Some sort of reaction within her body. Most likely, Sakura was poisoned.
Indeed,
Poison?
my man.
That's right. This is the conclusion I've arrived at. and
I've
so
just
there can
arrived
be
at it.
no
I just
mistake.
figured it out. I'm so smart. Look at me, everybody.
You're making me go all weak in the knees.
Alright, I'm gonna whack you on the head with a bottle next.
She was poisoned? It isn't possible.
Is it really so hard to believe? Then let me explain exactly how the culprit was able to poison her.
You can explain it?
No, what he's gonna do is he's gonna be like, Nagi, explain,
Of course, if you don't mind.
if you don't mind. Tell him,
Everyone
Makoto.
quiet! Shut up and listen to Master!
But you're the only one talking.
The key to unlocking this mystery was hiding in the chem lab up on the 4th floor.
So pompous. He really is. Pompous rich asshole.
Huh? Not in the rec room? And I could have found it all along.
Oh, God.
You never would have, since you gave up on the search the moment you were barred from the crime scene.
Well, yeah, good point.
There's a big shelving unit in the chem lab that houses a variety of mixtures and chemicals. And that's where I found this.
Is that the poison?
It's not an especially powerful poison, but it'll still kill you if you drink an entire bottle. But the specific properties don't matter. What does matter is where I found it.
Where'd you find it?
The shelf is divided up into 3 sections.
I found it.
And C.
What? No, I found. Fuck you.
In section A, dietary supplements. In B, reagents. And in C, a variety of lethal chemicals.
And that's where the poison came from? Section C?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
The bottle of poison Byakuya just showed us. I'm sure I know where he got it from. Yes, section A. Considering I found it, I know exactly where he found it.
The poison was actually in Section A, wasn't it?
Huh? You just said that Section A was for supplements or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Why would there be a bottle of poison mixed in with all those nutritional additives?
Yeah, so? Why?
Imagine drinking an entire bottle of poison. I don't know if I could go through with that, man. That's fucked up. This is what Hey. Shut up. Don't ruin alcohol for me. Shush you. I've downed entire bottles of alcohol. Still though, it's not nearly as concentrated. Unless you bought, like, Everclear or some shit. Have you seen videos of people trying to do shots of Everclear? People that, like, immediately start vomiting blood as soon as it touches their lips. It's fucking hilarious.
Because the culprit switched it out. That's why.
What do you mean?
I mean, this.
I couldn't believe my eyes. The man had gone completely fucking insane. Byakuya put the bottle of poison to his lips and...
Master!
I wanted to do that. We were so shocked at what we were seeing, all we could do is stand there and watch. But as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Byakuya was as calm as ever.
Oh, that tastes awful.
Well, protein powder does have a tendency to be the worst tasting foul shit you've ever had.
Oh no! Master's in real trouble!
Yeah, you better get in there quick and finish him off before the poison does.
You have to drink some water! You can't just swallow powder! It'll stick to your throat!
True.
Idiot! He just swallowed poison! We need to make him spit it out!
The flavor certainly makes me want to spit it out. What's so high quality about this stuff?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the protein, of course.
Has he never had protein powder? It all tastes ass. It's awful. I say this as somebody who drinks protein shakes quite frequently. It's ass. It tastes so bad. It's really bad. Protein is just a foul tasting supplement. And you have to put so much of it in a protein shake in order for it to make any kind of, like, difference to your body. You can taste the protein. Yeet.
Protein?
Can I see that bottle for a second?
Oh, sure. Do whatever you like.
Kyoko took the bottle from Byakuya and scraped out a bit of the contents with one finger. She touched her finger to her tongue.
This is... It's protein
Yep,
powder.
tastes like shit. It's definitely protein powder. Poison probably tastes better.
Correct. That wasn't poison in the bottle, but harmless protein powder. Which makes one wonder, the poison that should have been in that bottle, where did it go?
The bottle of poison was actually filled with protein powder. Which would mean that conversely, the poison must have been in... Could it be? It was in that little, protein drink. Yeah, the protein drink I found on the floor. Oh, you fucking... Son of a bitch. Wait, then, if she drank the poisoned drink, how did it get on the floor? on top of the glass that I broke. Because it's not like I caught her walking towards the seat and then she fell over and died. Hey, can I get a fucking E, please? Good Christ. Ugh.
Now I understand.
Now I understand. Yeah.
Poison must have been poured into the protein can. If the protein's in the poison bottle, it seems only logical to assume the reverse is true, right?
Absolutely. The contents of each container were switched. So the protein was in the bottle of poison, and the poison was in the protein can. Once you accept that, it becomes obvious how the culprit was able to get Sakura to drink the poison.
Holy crap!
All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene, and she was happy to drink the poison herself.
Yeah, you're still making one fundamental mistake, Byakuya. Something at the scene. A protein drink.
Got it! You're saying they gave her a protein drink, right?
Yeah, baby.
Protein drink which actually contained a deadly poison.
What?
That's all it took to kill Sakura. That is the true cause of death.
You know, I do remember Ogre saying that protein stuff was good for all kinds of aches and pains. So maybe she took it to try and help with the whole bleeding head wound thing.
But what was offered to her instead was a bottle full of poison. And I already know exactly who swapped the mixtures.
For real? Who was it?
Don't make this mistake.
Evidence revealing who replaced the two materials was left in the chem lab for anyone to see.
The evidence that shows who switched them, it has to be the footprints.
I got it!
Yeah.
The footprints left behind in front of the shelf. That's the evidence you're talking about, isn't it?
I visited the chem lab this morning, and there were definitely no footprints there at that point. They must have appeared around the time of the murder, which leaves no doubt that they're connected. What's more, the footprints were in front of Section A, where I found the bottle meant for the poison. The culprit must have gone to Section A to swap the poison and protein, leaving their footprints behind. And given how clear the prints were, figuring out who they belong to will pose no problem. All we have to do is check everyone's footprints right now. Then we'll see who...
It was me.
Hina?
The footprints. They're mine.
Hina, no, don't. Shush.
Hina?
Stop it.
If you're all gonna find out anyway, I'd rather you hear it straight from me, you know?
Yeah, not that pompous douchebag who thinks he's smarter than everybody else.
Ogre's killer was...
Yep. I did it. I killed Sakura.
Just as I suspected. The footprints were made by a pair of sneakers. There was no mistaking it.
What? I know, right? Who could have thought? Sweet innocent Hina? Couldn't be.
And the only people here who wear sneakers are...
Sneakers, huh? The only people wearing sneakers here are Makoto and Hina.
I got it! Me and Hina are the only ones. Oh, so Byakuya. That explains why you...
Yeah, he had me check my feet. These footprints must be... Makoto, are they yours? No. Okay, then let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself.
If the footprints didn't belong to Makoto, that left only one other possibility. Plus, Hina's been acting strange ever since the trial began.
What, accusing everybody else
You were in
immediately?
an awful rush to get to the vote, weren't you? This whole time, you've been focused on pinning the crime on someone else, haven't you?
She's done that since the beginning, though. She's always been very gung-ho about who the culprit is. I'm pretty sure she was very keen to vote Jack in Trial 2, I'm pretty sure. From what I can vaguely remember.
What about it can't you believe?
Well, it's just... the two of them were so close.
That's likely exactly why it turned out this way. Because they were so close, Sakura didn't think twice about it when Hina handed her the concoction.
But there's no motive. Byakuya, there's no motive, mate.
Hina used that
Use your brain.
trust to kill her. She deceived the victim, and she tried to deceive all of us. I have to say, Hina, coming from you, this was a particularly nasty little scheme.
Is it true? Did you really kill Sakura? And if you did, why? Why would you do that?
Yes, my question exactly. Why?
I found her. There in the rec room. She was hurt. She asked me to bring her that protein drink. But when I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me all of a sudden.
Now's my chance to kill her. That's what you thought, right? That's when you switched out the protein powder, and that's when you gave her the poisoned mixture.
And then she downed it all at once. And then
Hold it.
Yeah, shut.
I'm not convinced.
You're not about to claim she wouldn't kill a close friend, are you? You still don't get it, do you? The game we're playing here isn't so kind. Honeyed words like friendship don't matter here. What matters is outwitting the opponent, defeating them.
Yeah, but you gotta remember that not everybody is an unempathetic piece of shit like you. Other people have emotions and are capable of forming close bonds and friendship. For all of your talk of, because he's the one that's always going on about how, you know, you can't apply other people's, you can't apply your own standards to other people. You know, you might not do something, but that doesn't mean other people will, so you have to take that into consideration. But he's always the one that's saying shit like that, and yet right now he isn't doing that, because while he doesn't value friendship, other people might. And so, whereas he doesn't value feelings or emotions, other people might. And he doesn't take that into consideration, which is exactly the kind of rhetoric that he peddles. He's not taking his own advice. And that's the mistake he's making. He's not perfect, he's very fallible. The motive could have been that she felt betrayed by Sakura being the spy. True, but Hina's quite an honest soul. Like, Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro all obviously felt... Byakuya didn't feel betrayed, he just felt quite antagonistic towards Sakura after that. I think Hiro felt betrayed, and none of them trusted her. But Hina was the only one that kept going on about how the way that they're treating her isn't fair. So out of all of them, Hina was the only one who still loved Sakura, and was the only one who was still on her side. To the point where she and Jack got into a straight up fight because Jack was saying horrible things about Sakura, and Hina got so pissed about it, and then ended up being injured by Jack. So she got injured to the point of defensiveness regarding her friend. So I don't feel like she feels betrayed at all. She might feel betrayed, but she still dearly loves her friend. So it could be that, but there's nothing to really suggest that Hina feels like potentially killing Sakura over the whole spy thing. You know what I mean? I do get what you're saying, though.
Not a person alive would sacrifice themselves for another. In the end, we're all in it for ourselves.
You can't say that. Just because you wouldn't doesn't mean others wouldn't. You said that yourself.
Just like how this girl sacrificed Sakura to save herself.
You fool. Fool. Foolish man.
You say that, but I'm still not convinced.
How many times do you plan to repeat yourself?
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it because of some misguided sentimentalism. But there's still that one unsolved mystery, and I'm not convinced.
Are you talking about the locked room problem?
Hina, if you really are the killer, explain it. How did you create that locked room?
Well,
Yeah. You don't know because you didn't fucking do it.
that doesn't matter. Just because I'm guilty, that means I have to tell you everything?
Yes. This girl, God, he keeps the distance from everyone. Yeah, he really does. He tries at every available opportunity to put a wedge between himself and the rest of the group, even Toko. Even though she spends more time around him, she's still more a part of the rest of the class group than he is. He is, aside from her, the sole isolated participant. Byakuya might refuse to see his philosophy might differ so he doesn't look weak. Yeah, probably. He doesn't want to admit that because his point of view, he's so selfish and egotistical that he thinks that his point of view is the correct one. And that while other people might have different opinions, those are inferior. He's letting his own narcissism get ahead of him a little bit, I think.
No, it doesn't. But the fact that you won't tell us concerns me.
Kyoko's the only one speaking
Do
facts.
you honestly think Hina didn't actually kill her?
Look at his face. He can't believe that he could possibly be wrong.
And if I do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, bitch?
Impossible. She switched out the mixtures. She's the culprit. There's no way you can doubt this.
He's getting mad.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Even ignoring the fact that I don't want to believe it, it just doesn't fit.
What doesn't fit?
I can't believe that you could believe that she did it. Let alone you not believing that I don't believe it. Fuck you. How do you think that it happened?
I mean,
Come on
why
now.
would someone leave such a clear clue like a footprint? It's too obvious. Too easy.
He's right. It makes it look like you wanted people to suspect you.
That was... I was just nervous. So, I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
Narcissists hate being corrected. He's getting riled up so quickly and easily. Yeah, he can't handle the idea that we're disagreeing with his, because he's so sure and so confident that Hina did it and that he's right about Hina being the one who did it, because he was the one who had started that whole Hina did it train rolling. It was his idea, so the fact that he might be completely wrong and that his whole idea might be incorrect is upsetting to him. He's definitely getting mad. Byakuya's weakness in trials is assuming everyone else thinks it has intentions like him, despite at the same time believing no one thinks like him. Right, exactly. He thinks he's... You're so right. He does do that. He's a hypocrite. Because he's like, no one could be like me because I'm better than everyone else. But also at the same time, he thinks Hina did it and doesn't believe in her feelings or her emotions towards Sakura because he fundamentally believes that just like him, everyone else is selfish and in it for themselves and would sacrifice other people to save themselves, but wouldn't sacrifice themselves to save other people. Even though at the same time believing that he's better, and that no one does things like him, because he's so much better. It doesn't make sense. His philosophy is flawed. He is flawed. I love him. Good character.
You didn't notice?
Yeah, that's just how it was. What can I do?
You could stop lying and tell the truth.
Listen, Hina. Could you go into a bit more detail? Tell us more about when you switched the poison and the protein.
How come? That doesn't matter.
Hina, please. I'd like to know too.
Fine.
Waste your time if you like. It's clear that Hina is the culprit.
Look at him, dude.
There's nobody else to suspect. Nobody else could have possibly done it.
Go ahead, Hina. Start from the moment you arrived at the chem lab.
Well, Right away, I went to Section C and got the poison.
And is that when you spilled the powder in front of that part of the shelf?
Yeah. When I opened the bottle, I dropped it like an idiot.
I see. Okay then, go on.
See, she's doing the questioning properly where Makoto doesn't. She is saying... She's not making any kind of suggestions. She's just asking questions, right? She isn't saying, I thought this was when this happened. She's saying, okay, continue. Explain how it happened, step by step. And she's letting them explain themselves. She's you know, inserting herself in occasionally, but she's questioning properly. She's doing it right. Whereas Makoto kind of... Very amateur detective, Makoto, where she's much more professional and correct and by the books about how she does her investigations.
So then I moved to Section
Just
A
something I've
and
noticed
got the
about
protein powder, and that's where I switched them.
the way they do things. What I was saying earlier when Makoto was questioning Hiro.
Once I was done with that, I took the protein can that had the poison in it and left the room. But I accidentally put the bottle filled with protein powder back on the wrong shelf. And because of that, everything I did got found out. And that's it.
No. Wait, no, hang on. You said you walked to Section C, grabbed the thing, dropped it on the floor, and then walked to Section A. But there aren't footprints trailing in the powder from Section C to Section A. There's footprints trailing from the entrance of the chem lab to Section A and then back again. No one goes to Section C. That's not quite correct, is it? Is that right?
That story you just told. First you went to Section C to get the poison. Then moved to Section A to get the protein, right?
Yeah, wrong answer, Hina.
Meaning you went from Section C to Section A.
But there's no footprints.
that
There would be
correct?
footprints all over the powder if that was the case.
Yeah.
But if that's true... Footprints! No footprints! Isn't that a little strange? Look at it, look at it! His map. You be lying, girl. Yes.
Can you repeat that series of events one more time?
What's wrong with you, Big Mac? You're being awfully pushy.
Big Mac.
It's the same thing no matter how many times you hear it. How long until you're satisfied?
Listen to how mad he is. He's so mad. He can't cope. How long? Until we figure it out. Until I uncover the full truth of this case. The story you just told. It's bullshit. It's true. It's true. It is bullshit. It's true. The footprints.
First, I went to Section C. That's when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
I moved from Section C to Section A.
No, you did not.
It's wrong. You said you went to get the poison from Section C, and that's where you spilled the powder, right?
Yeah? What about it?
And after that, you said you moved from Section C to Section A to get the protein. But the footprints left at the scene were not moving from Section C to Section A.
Yeah, man.
That contradicts what you just said.
Got ya.
Then maybe she moved in some weird direction on purpose to disguise her movements?
She just said she wasn't paying attention to where she was walking.
No, that can't be it. Remember what Hina just said?
I was just nervous, so I didn't notice I'd left a footprint. Nah, got ya.
What the? Hina, what's the meaning of this?
I thought you were the culprit. How could you betray me like this?
Well,
You lied to us. Plain and simple. If you look at the footprints, your movements in the chem lab are obvious. The powder had already been spilled when you came in. and you went straight to Section A. So you never went to Section C. Whatever you did there, it only involved Section A.
Well, you see...
Sounds like the poison was put in the protein shake before it was taken off the shelf then. Maybe. How did it fall on the floor?
What the
Ah!
hell? What's going on here?
His whole worldview is collapsed around him.
And the footprints aren't the only problem with her account. Before I explain that part, I'd like to submit some new evidence.
New evidence? Impossible, there can't be.
Are you sure? After all, you're the one that gave it to me.
Nah. She's got his ass.
Did?
It was hidden inside the bottle of poison you gave me. I'm amazed you, of all people, would miss such a vital clue. A truly grave oversight.
Oh, she's enjoying this. She does not like him. Ah.
Just say it already! What is it you think you found?
Yeah, he doesn't know, and he can't handle the fact that he doesn't know what it is. He can't figure it out.
I found this.
Gotcha, boy. A piece of glass.
It had sunk to the bottom of the bottle.
He almost swallowed that. During all of his posturing and looking cool in front of everyone else.
And the hidden clue was exposed, thanks to you ingesting the powder. I couldn't have solved the mystery without you. So, thank you for that.
She's so enjoying this. She's loving this.
But what is it?
Oh, you still don't realize? Well then.
This might be the most giddy happiness I've ever felt playing this fucking game. I can't believe I forgot about this scene.
Makoto, why don't you explain it?
Oh, great. This again.
Me?
Yeah, unlike Byakuya, when Kyoko asks me to explain something, it's just because she can't be bothered. When Byakuya asks me to explain something, it's because he doesn't know.
Fine. If you really do know, explain the meaning of that shard.
Oh, he fucking stuttered! He fucking stuttering, dude. I'm losing my shit. I'm losing it. Fucking hell. Alright. The shard of light blue glass Kyoko found in the bottle of poison. The rec room window.
It's part of the window from the rec room door, right? The window? The window we broke to get in was light blue, just like that. So I think that must be it.
You're right. It must be. Of course, that leads to another question. How did a shard of glass from the window get inside this bottle of poison?
What's so strange about that?
What's strange is that, according to what Hina told us,
Where was it the bottle of poison should have been when I broke the rec room window? According to what Hina told us, it should have been... Wait.
I got it!
Yeah.
The bottle of poison was left on the shelf in the chem lab. That is what you said, right, Hina?
Oh yeah, she put it back.
And yet, somehow a piece of glass from the rec room window made its way into the bottle.
Everything Hina told us was a lie?
In reality, that bottle of poison most definitely found its way to the rec room.
Was the glass on the floor before the window broke? It must have been.
It was there at least until the window got broken. In other words, when the locked room was unlocked. There's no other way to explain the presence of that glass in that bottle.
And then, once the room was opened, the bottle somehow got moved back to the shelf in the chem lab. Meanwhile, the protein can we found at the crime scene was planted there. That had to be after the locked room was opened. In other words, after Sakura died.
Wait, hold on. You're moving too fast.
Ah, he can't cope.
I'll grant you, the bottle of poison may well have been in the rec room when it was locked.
What the hell is going on here? That's what I want to know.
But how can you say the protein can was put there after the room was unlocked?
Because it was on top of the
We
glass.
already know she was given the protein can with the poison inside, right? If that can wasn't there when she died, how did she get poisoned?
You're right. We do need to explain that. But before we do, there's something I'd like to confirm with everyone here.
Huh?
It has to do with the protein can. After Sakura's body was discovered, did anyone move it or trip over it or anything like that?
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of loaded question?
Not at all. Just answer to the best of your ability.
Well, no, not that I remember.
Losing my absolute shit over this man right now.
Yeah, me either.
No one touched the can.
Not me.
Same here.
You weren't there.
Okay then, that settles it. That proves that the protein can found its way to the murder scene after the room was opened.
Oh, come on! How can you say that?
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. He's so mad.
How can you
Shut up,
know
Jill.
what I don't know.
That's it. That is it. That's it right there. That line. How do you know what I don't know? How can somebody else be better than me at something? Anything. There it fucking is. The reason she can say that is because there's evidence. There's proof that someone brought the protein can into the rec room after it was opened. Yes, it's the fact that it was on top. Byakuya just got fucking served.
When it comes to that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked,
Yes.
it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
Let me have a look at it a sec. Okay. Yeah, it's got it there, right.
No. No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time.
Oh my god, he's stuttering, I can't cope.
It had to be. It was in there before the rec room.
Nope.
No, that's wrong. You remember how there was broken glass scattered all around the room, right?
This is the most hype class trial that we've had so far.
It came from the window you broke to get in. What about it?
Well, those pieces weren't just scattered around the protein can. We also found pieces underneath the can.
What?
And this proves it. It shows that the can must have been put down on the floor after the window was broken. So it had to be after we got into the room.
I see. So that's your explanation. Kyoko, earlier when you asked if anyone had moved the can or tripped over it,
If that were the case, that would explain the can being on top of the glass.
So you asked everyone about it to eliminate that possibility right out of the gate.
And that's made everything clear, hasn't it? As long as it was a locked room, it only contained the bottle of poison, and not the protein can. But once the room was opened up, they were switched, and as a result, the protein can wound up in the rec room, and the bottle of poison returned to the chem lab.
if that's all true, then why did Sakura drink the poison? I thought we all agreed she was tricked into drinking it because of the protein can.
No, that's not why. The only explanation is she drank it from its original bottle, knowing exactly what it was.
Precisely. She was alone in a locked room. All she had was the poison. What other possibility is there?
You're saying she drank it knowing what it was?
Is that really so shocking to you? The idea that in a killing game someone might commit suicide? Is that really so shocking to you?
Such a ridiculous fiction is...
Really? He can't comprehend that someone might commit suicide. Really?
Exactly
Come on,
what
man.
happened.
You've been beaten, douchebag.
Then tell us already. Sorry. Please.
Ah!
tell
What?
us.
No way! He just apologized. What the fuck? Bro is submitting to Kyoko's superiority right now.
Before we get to that, we need to clarify one other thing.
Oh my god, I'm losing it.
We need to establish who exactly got the poison from the chem lab and took it to the rec room.
I was way too giddy before I even fucking started playing this game, and now I'm seeing him act like that. I'm in way too good of a mood for this.
It was Hina, right? She took it and gave it to Ogre.
What do you think, Makoto?
The one who got the poison from the chem lab and brought it to the rec room. It had to have been Hina. Wait. Bruce being submissive and agreeable. Don't phrase it like that.
I got it! I think it was Sakura herself.
Huh? So Sakura, who was apparently murdered, just poisoned herself? What are you talking about? There's no way!
On the contrary, we know for a fact she went to the chem lab, right to the section full of poisons.
You're lying! Stop lying!
What's your problem all of a sudden?
Why would you lie like that?
Slow down. No, it's not a lie. Sakura definitely went to Section C. I have to get Hina to admit that. I don't like this shit again. Come on. Don't do this to me.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! Just let it end already! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you!
Calm down.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! Just let it end!
Blow it up, damn you.
You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you! You're a liar! I'm telling you, I did it! I hate you! You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! Just let it end already! You're a liar! Wrong!
Come on, blow up, blow up, blow up. Come on, I'm almost fucking dead. Jesus Christ. No! No, fuck! I'm so close! God damn it. Fuck this shit. Oh, bullshit. Unbelievable bullshit. I was winning that. I was kicking ass. Fuck you.
You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! Just let it end already! You're a liar!
Right.
Do you have any kind of proof Sakura took the poison?
This should prove it.
This? Oh, thank fuck. Shut up, I don't suck. Fuck you. I don't suck.
Hina, did you know that Sakura's
The
foot had a
concentration.
certain yellow powder stuck to it?
Leave me alone. It's hard, okay? I'm playing it on the hardest difficulty. Do you understand? It's hard. I'm being bullied. I'm being cyberbullied, actually. This is online bullying and harassment.
It did?
It did. The same yellow powder that had been spilled by the shelf in the chem lab.
Thank fucking deed.
That powder was yellow, wasn't it?
Yes.
So
None
the
of us here are
powder we found on
colorblind.
Sakura. What else could it be but the
Which is
powder from the
statistically
chem
very
lab?
unlikely, actually.
Wait. So, what was that powder doing on Ogre's foot?
Well, she walked through it, dunce. She...
And it was only on her instep, right?
Oh yeah, oh, it must have dropped on her foot.
Sakura must have been standing right there where the powder was spilled.
Mods come get me. I don't have mods. I have auto mod that tells me when you're saying homophobic slurs or misogynistic remarks. My chat is so toxic. I can't believe you guys, honestly. The only times Automod ever contacts me is when somebody's saying something bigoted. You guys are terrible. Both of you. You feel ashamed of yourselves. My chat is an all-exclusive place, actually. Exclusive? Inclusive. Sorry, Freudian slip. Anyway, let's continue on with the trial.
The person who spilled the powder by the shelf wasn't Hina, but Sakura. And when Sakura dropped the bottle, she dropped it away from where she was actually standing. Which is how she was able to avoid getting it all over herself. But the powder still got scattered around, and some of it must have wound up on her instead. Is there any problem with my thinking?
No, you're flawless.
But
Good
why
boy.
did Sakura pay a visit to Section C in the first place?
Oh.
The only explanation is that she was looking
Freudian
for
slip.
poison. After all, that's all that section contained.
I really fucked that one up, didn't I?
No! It was me! The poison!
Oh, shush.
Because I killed her!
No, you didn't kill her.
The one that killed Sakura. The connection between Sakura and the poison. Poison specifically to kill Sakura. Sakura's poison. An unsolved mystery of the locked room. There's only one way to explain it. Select somebody. I know what I'm doing. I played this game. It was you. You ain't even here to defend yourself.
The one who killed Sakura?
Because.
herself.
Remember that? Well done, Big Mac. Yeah, well done, Big Mac. We're very proud of you. That poison? Yeah, that poison.
What?
It's all coming together. Yeah, it really is.
The killer was Sakura?
Yeah, it was, you big idiot. If you just shut your mouth, we could have explained it the whole time.
Wait, so you're saying it was suicide?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than I believe I can fly.
Wouldn't it be funny if she could actually fly?
I can't believe it either.
Because it's true, so...
I don't want to believe it. But when you really think about it, everything matches up. Sakura went and got the poison. She barricaded herself in a room, and she drank it. All so she could end her own life. And that explains why we couldn't solve the mystery of the locked room.
Because, of course... Byakuya created the locked room in secret, imagine.
I got it! The locked room mystery was created by Sakura.
I'm sure she locked herself in so nobody could stop her from doing what she did. She sat there, drank the poison, and breathed her last breath. And the empty bottle of poison rolled around the locked room until we came and opened it. At that point, someone grabbed the bottle and snuck it out of the room.
Amazing that Hina didn't notice that she was placing the protein drink on the top of the glass. Oh god, flying genocide Jill, can you imagine? She's already OP. It would just be like adding insult to injury at that point.
And that was you, wasn't it, Hina? You did it to throw off the investigation, didn't you? When we found her body, you stayed right there near the door.
These images are drawn very differently from like the sprites in the game. They're much more detailed. You can tell it's the same artist though.
Because you already knew Sakura was dead. And because the bottle of poison had rolled near the doorway.
That's when you picked up the bottle, right? I was too shocked to notice anything, and Kyoko was busy checking the body.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize how unusual your actions were.
I have to go get them. I have to go get the others. On shaky legs, Hina left the rec room.
You said you were going to go get everyone else.
But you went to the chem
But
lab.
your real intention was to go to the chem lab and switch out the containers, wasn't it? Once you were at the chem lab, you headed straight to the section where the protein powder was kept. There, you took the powder and poured it into the bottle of poison you'd grabbed from the rec room. When you left the lab, all you had was the empty protein can. Thinking about it like that, the footprints make perfect sense.
When you were done, You gathered everyone together, and once you were back in the rec room...
I got everyone. Whoa! Ogre? Oh, so she's dead, huh? Sakura's been killed, I see.
While everyone else was focused on Sakura, you quietly placed the can on the ground. Honestly, you should have noticed. You should have been the first one to run up to Sakura's lifeless body. The Hina I know never would have left her side in a situation like that.
Yeah, she would have been in bits if she'd known.
So, Sakura committed suicide. In order to hide this fact, Hina undertook a series of actions to undermine the investigation. As long as you could disguise the truth, you didn't care if we blamed you for her death. That's why you didn't bother to get rid of such obvious evidence, right? The footprints in the powder and the bottle of poison? Vital pieces of evidence, and yet...
So you're saying Hina consciously deceived us to make it look like she killed Sakura?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying. Oh, I'm sorry, Hina.
No! No, 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 no! I killed her! I did it!
That's enough, Hina. It's over.
It's not! Nothing's over!
It is! Actually, no. You're right. We have to end this properly.
We can have a vote? Oh no, this, yeah, sorry. Dumbass. Okay, yeah. Right. This. Ooh, look at his stupid ass face. Right, so, yeah, they do the thing. Wait. Okay, this is her coming out. This must be her coming in, going in, whatever. Woods. Hero shows up, looking anxious. That's the impact. Yeah, that was his bottle, wasn't it? The one he used had the night in it. Toko. So she comes out. She doesn't like what she sees. Puts it upside down. Toko passes out, wakes up. This is the queen. Oh, she looks pretty intimidating there, actually. She skedaddles. Poor Sakura is still alive at this point. Gets the bottle of the poison. She had that on her, I guess. We find her. Is this a pocket? Yeah, she's putting it in her pocket. And she's fucking off with it. And then she takes it out. Yeah. Sakura holding Toko in her arms. Yeah, she was probably worried when she woke up and saw Toko immediately pass out. She came over to her. She must have been concerned that she was, like, hurt or something. She's such a nice person. Sakura's the fucking goat, dude. I love her so much. I don't talk about her enough. But she is one of my favorite characters. She's super cool, super strong, kind as fuck, caring, respectful, honest, good to other people. She's got all that strength, and yet she never abuses her power at all. She's always really nice. She was probably just concerned, and then obviously Jack took it the wrong way, seeing being restrained in Sakura's arms, immediately lashed out instead, even though she was just trying to do the right thing.
The killer is you.
So much strength, but so gentle. Yeah, she
This
is.
case began when Sakura asked a number of
Oh,
people
poor
to meet
Sakura.
her in a rec room.
Deserved better.
Specifically, those people were Hiro, Toko, and Byakuya. But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others. Toko.
I really love the comic. Have I gushed enough about the comic book style? With like the little sound effects and shit. Very superhero comics looking. It reminds me of that quite a lot.
She got there one step ahead of everyone else and looked around for a good hiding spot. And she found it. She crawled into the locker to get out of sight. Then, from inside the locker, she saw Sakura enter the room. Next to arrive was Hiro.
Ugh. Hang on, guys. It'll be back in a second. Dude, fuck this thing. Fuck Twitch.
But of
Oh,
course,
she's shaking
Toko
like a
had
leaf.
witnessed the whole thing. So as soon as the coast was clear,
She must weigh like 100 pounds soaking wet. She's fucking tiny. A gust of wind would blow her over, let's be honest.
she jumped out of the locker and hid the magazine on the shelf with all the others. But in her rush, she made one little mistake.
Made it obvious.
Put the magazine back upside down.
Is that a Pretty Pudgy Princess magazine?
Soon after, she watched as Sakura slowly opened her eyes.
Oh wait, I have a question. How come the blood on Sakura made her pass out, but the blood in the magazine didn't? Oh, this game. Her hemophilia makes zero sense. Hemophobia, sorry.
She also saw the blood dripping off Sakura's head and fainted.
I know it can be kind of specific sometimes. But still. Stupid.
This caused her personality to switch back over to Genocide Jack. When she woke back up, her second personality also saw the blood-soaked Sakura. And she freaked out. And just like Hiro, she grabbed another Monokuma bottle and attacked her. This explains why there were 2 wounds on Sakura's head. Assuming Sakura really was dead this time, she set about disposing of the evidence. She gathered up the broken Monokuma bottle shards
She's
and
skittering.
a clean chess piece.
Like a little bug.
And that explains how Sakura was attacked twice with the same type of weapon.
Still alive
Even
though.
after those 2 blows, she was still alive.
God, I'm so sorry, Sakura. You did not deserve that.
So then, what was Sakura's actual cause of death? It was the poison that Sakura herself got from the chem lab. She turned the rec room into a true locked room scenario, and then drank the deadly mixture. And there, she took her final breath. Later on, the rest of us discovered that her body was in there. We had to smash the door's window to get inside.
Makoto busting the door down. Look at his little face, dude. He's so determined.
But someone already knew what had happened. Knew that she had committed suicide. And that same someone quietly snatched the bottle of poison from off the ground. And while nobody was looking, replaced it with an empty protein can.
I'm sorry, can we look at their faces in that top left panel, please? Can we just look at their doofy expressions? What's Toko doing? What is happening right now? How is she taller than everyone else? What's her hair doing? Where's Byakuya look like that? Look at Makoto's sad little face. What a fantastic image. Who drew this?
They did all this specifically to place all the suspicion on themselves, in an attempt to guide the trial to a false conclusion. And the one who went to all that effort...
So goofy.
was you, Hina.
Why does he look so emo? This is like an album cover. And we're done. Just like
That's
that.
the full truth of the case. Sakura took her own life. And you claim to be the killer to hide that fact. Isn't that right?
That's what happened?
Bruh. Take a shower, man. You're gonna need it.
But, Makoto, how did you manage to... How were you able to uncover the truth that even I couldn't discern?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean...
He doesn't even know. Bless him.
You still haven't realized?
We're better.
We don't all act according to calculations and cost-benefit diagrams.
Oh.
That's what makes us so complicated.
Kick his ass, Kyoko.
That's what you don't understand. And that's why you couldn't solve this case. See? Didn't I tell you? When you dismiss other people's feelings, it'll always come back to bite you in the end.
Kyoko ate this class trial. She really did. Because friendship, bro. Yeah, man. You fucked up. And it ends on him looking contemplative. Yes, A rank again. Yes, smashed it. I'm good at these, man.
Okay. I think we can all agree you made your point.
You were awfully quiet that entire trial.
Did you guys forget already? You still haven't voted yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She forgot.
You seriously forgot? I can feel my energy draining out of me. Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it. Maybe you don't want to, but please grab your lever and cast your vote. So, who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
You sounded different though. I hope you guys haven't been able to hear me snuffling too much. I still got a lot backed up in my throat. Woo! Who's cheering? Who's here?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
My entire
Okay,
existence.
we're done here.
What did you
So
say?
that's the whole truth, huh? But there's still one thing I don't understand.
Come on.
Hina, why did you try to cover up what happened? If the truth hadn't come to light, you would have died along with the rest of us.
What are you thinking?
And yet you... Why did you do that?
Don't be mean.
Yeah, we almost died there.
What is this?
Because... That's exactly what I wanted. What? I mean, the reason Sakura died is because all of you pushed her into a corner. You all killed her. So that's why.
You should have been the one
I couldn't
to
let her be
die.
the only one that died.
What?
You don't mean... You were gonna take us all with you? We have to atone for our sins. What the fuck? Because everyone, even me, we all killed her. We all have to pay for our crimes. For serious? That's...
What is this?
You still don't understand? And let me explain. Do you realize just how much despair Sakura was carrying with her when she died? Look at this! Such brutality has made me desperate. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand. That's... I found it on the ground in front of the rec room. It's Sakura's suicide note. Suicide note. Thinking back, I should have seen it coming. Did you kill her, though? Was that the reason? No. She feels a sense of guilt, I suppose. It was right after Genocide Jack had attacked me. Sakura got mad and stormed out of the nurse's office. I ran out after her and... Sakura, calm down. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can't calm down. I don't care if I suffer for this. It's my fault, after all. But now you're suffering because of me.
No forgiveness!
You tried to protect me, but because of me,
I can't forgive
my closest
this.
friend got hurt. Sakura. Because of me. My friends are all going to kill each other. This is all my responsibility. With great power, and all that. Sakura thought she was responsible. She thought everything was her fault. Which is why she wanted to find some way to get everyone to forgive her. So she asked to meet with them. You asked to meet with those three? You can't! Don't you see how dangerous that is? Don't worry, I just want to talk to them.
But...
Talk about what? Listen, don't do it. If they all gang up on you at once, even you.
Hina.
Please, don't think of things like that. They're not my enemy.
They're friends.
Aww. God, what must she have been thinking? She was probably still planning to commit suicide to some extent. Perhaps to atone, or to make them trust her. But even so, she wanted to meet with them and clear the air. That's why she had the bottle of poison on her before she even started speaking to them. But what ended up happening instead is... Hiro immediately thought that she was dangerous. Genocide Jack attacked her despite her trying to catch Toko and prevent her from falling and hitting the floor and hurting herself further. Just trying to help. Byakuya didn't even fucking show up. In her last moments, she truly did think that despite the fact that she believed them to be her friends, they all attacked her and ran away from the scene of the crime. Or didn't show up at all, because they didn't care. Or they didn't trust that she wouldn't try and hurt them. She died thinking that they all hated and distrusted her. And that's really fucking sad. She did not deserve this. Sakura. She clearly believed. She completely believed. In all of us. If you just talked to her, you would have understood. She was a friend to all of us. And yet...
Why?
And yet... You trampled all over her feelings. And then you did the unthinkable. No, that was just a misunderstanding.
What are you saying?
Don't stand there and call it a misunderstanding. She believed in you, and you wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Without asking a single question, you tried to kill her.
I won't forgive you.
Do you have any idea how desperate she was seeing you act like that? That's what her suicide note means. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand.
Why?
That's how far you pushed her. Sakura! What happened to you?
Hina.
You came. Wait right here. I'll help you out.
Hina.
Huh?
I'm so glad I got to meet you. What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you talking like that?
I have a favor to ask.
Huh?
A favor?
Some protein.
Could I ask you to... Yeah, you got it. Just hang on. I'll be right back. That was the last conversation I had with her. I went to the chem lab to get the protein she'd asked for. When I got there, I saw the powder. That's when I realized. I saw that someone had taken something from the poison shelf. Sakura. So I ran back to the rec room as fast as I could. But by the time I got there, it was already too late. Sakura!
Please!
Let me in! Please, open the door!
Why? Why?
Why did she have to die? She had weaknesses, just like any other person. If she got cut, she bled. If someone hurt her, she felt it. That's weakness. That's normal. And yet,
Why?
you all blamed her. I tried to protect her and I suffered for it. And that just added to the weight she had to carry. And I didn't even realize it. Hina. We killed her. All of us. We pushed her into a corner and we murdered her.
Why?
People like us shouldn't be allowed to live. And that's why you tried to lead us astray. You did your best to make us arrive at the wrong conclusion during the class trial. Sakura died hating all of us. I wanted to free her of her regrets. But even that got found out. In the end, I wasn't able to do anything for her. I could never face her after this.
Hey!
I'm sorry to interrupt right when you're about to deliver the final tearjerker, but...
Hey!
It's just taking so long! I'm about to fall asleep over here. I mean, do you really think you have any idea what Sakura was actually thinking when she died?
What is this?
What did you say? Everything you just said is nothing but your interpretation, right? Your own opinion on what her suicide note meant?
What are you saying?
Of course I know what she was thinking. Because her and me...
In other words...
Well, what I'm really trying to say is...
Yes, indeed.
Don't you think the entire foundation is shaky? What if it was really... like this?
What the heck?
What is that? But do you remember her motive? Monokuma's demand, but she refused. Wait, whose motive? What are you saying? Oh, that's not him. Oh, my back. Oh gosh, I'll make some dinner in a minute. Oh, I have still stuff to talk about. This is what happens when I start late. I don't remember. Sakura thought she had to kill someone, but she refused. Did she? Oh, okay. I don't remember that. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while. This is what happens when I don't play the game for a week. Oh, okay. What is that?
Of course.
Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
A suicide note. Sakura's suicide note. What? But Hina already...
Bad.
Oh, I wrote that one. It was all me, baby.
It's
This is the one Sakura addressed to Hina and put in her room.
Huh?
What? Then... you lied to me. Oh, don't say lie. It sounds so dirty. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit. I can't help it if you totally took my little scribbles at face value. It didn't even have Sakura's signature on it. You filthy little... I'm not filthy. I didn't do anything. Did I falsify evidence? Did I affect the outcome of the class trial? You tried to. The case played out between you and you alone. You were the ones jerking each other around. Heck, even if the will had factored in, it still would have been between you guys. So what's the problem? This is all part of the production process. Okay? And scene. Cut.
And?
So then, what did she write in her real suicide note?
What are you gonna do?
I'm glad you asked. For your benefit, I shall read it using my melodic, angelic, harmonic narrator voice.
Hey!
But you know, haven't you ever been curious about the whole suicide note thing? Who came up with the idea of leaving a note when you kill yourself in the first place?
But hold
And isn't
on.
it just so unfortunate? Killing yourself is just so final, you know? You can never hear the rest of their story. The truth is lost in darkness. Gives me the willies. Isn't that the same for all death, though? I knew the note wasn't written by her. Been watching Hina's spiel, like, nope, this is wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little... yeah. It was too short, and like Monokuma said, it didn't even have a signature. I guess Hina's very one-track mind kind of just saw that and was like, oh, it's outside the rec room where Sakura's corpse is. It must have been written by her, right? Even then, it doesn't really sound like something she would say. Sakura, that is.
Enough already.
Could you get on with it, please?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, jeez. Talk about a buzzkill. Alright, here we go. Ahem. My good friend Hina, there's something I have to tell you. I hate to do it like this, but you need to know. This is my final wish.
As you know, I've been giving information to the one who's imprisoned you here.
It was our first night in this strange school that the mastermind came to see me.
You see, the mastermind took control of my family's dojo and demanded I become their tool.
Why isn't it all voiced? What the fuck? You might not see the importance of a dojo, but my family has watched over it for over 300 years.
I couldn't let it be destroyed under my watch, so even if it meant my own life, I had to protect it. That's how I saw things.
However, that was my greatest weakness. And because of that, I made the mistake of giving in to the mastermind.
And what the mastermind wanted from me was nothing less than murder.
Okay. And they were probably worried that until the first murder had happened, nothing would move forward. But what neither the mastermind nor I expected was the incident involving Sayaka. At that point, the plan changed. The mastermind told me to hold off, to wait until we reached another stalemate.
However, as I lived here with all of you, as I lived here with Hina, my resolve began to weaken.
Watching everyone fight with such despair, trying so desperately to stay alive, I saw the weakness in my own heart, the mistake of succumbing to the mastermind. And more than anything,
I cannot betray those who would call me their friend.
that's how I came to feel. So that's why Sakura...
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Of course, because of that I decided to reveal her secret, which made everyone else hate her. Her decision to stay true to all of you led directly to all of you hating her for it. Ironic, isn't it? Or maybe oxymoronic. Or just moronic.
Of course, I understand if you all hate me. All of this is because of my own weakness.
I'm perfectly willing to accept whatever attack you may want to make on me.
So this is my atonement for betraying you. That's what I had in mind.
Yeah, she's always been a very, you can hate me if you want. I mean, the whole time, she didn't give a shit if they all hated her, really. Despite the fact that she cared for them. What she was mostly annoyed about, or even angered about, was the fact that they were taking their grievances out on Hina for simply trying to defend her. That's what she didn't like. But unfortunately, that's not enough. This won't end with just me accepting your hatred.
My own situation has started having an effect on more people than just me. Which is exactly what the mastermind wanted when they revealed my betrayal.
My betrayal brought suspicion, disharmony. The mastermind knew that eventually it would escalate into someone murdering someone else.
Of course, I'm still responsible for that as well.
I have an obligation to get this situation under control. And to fulfill that obligation, I've decided to do as the mastermind has commanded. I will do as I was told and commit murder.
But I've decided the one I'm going to kill is myself.
If the mastermind demands that I kill someone, then that someone will be me. Then my dojo will be safe, and above all else, none of you will have to kill anyone. When I die, the source of conflict among you all dies with me. For that, I'm willing to give up my life.
If it can save you, then sacrificing my own life could have no greater meaning.
Yeah, that's a concept Byakuya definitely wouldn't be able to understand. The self-sacrificial selflessness that Sakura embodies.
Whatever you think of me, please know that you are all my most treasured friends.
Absolute goat, dude. I've never had people like you in my life.
Huh?
Then, Sakura didn't feel cornered. She didn't die hating us.
No way!
She wanted to stop us from fighting? To protect us?
Correct.
She didn't end her own life because she was weak. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was strong. Too strong. That's why she killed herself. She chose death for herself in order to protect the rest of us. To sacrifice so much, no normal person could do that.
However,
It was only her limitless strength that made it possible.
Finally, Hina, I want to apologize to you especially.
The reason I didn't tell you any of this is because I knew you would try to stop me. I'm really, truly sorry. But please don't be sad. If I can thwart the Mastermind's plans, if I can keep you from killing each other, that's enough for me. This is the path that I have chosen. This is the only way I have left to distinguish myself. And you can use this note to bring the class trial to a quick end. I'm so sorry to ask you to do something so unpleasant, but I have to leave the rest to you. Damn, if we just had this fucking note... God damn you, Monokuma! Obviously he knew that the note would have ended the class trial quickly and he wanted a more entertaining thing. This could have put the whole trial to bed immediately. Please talk to Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro on my behalf. I can't tell anyone about my plan while I'm alive, but I wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. In the end, though, I hope to show myself through actions and not words. Hopefully then, they'll see.
I never saw you as my enemy. You were only ever my friend, who I wanted to help as much as possible. Hina, whatever it takes, survive. Survive along with everyone else. No matter what, just survive.
But...
This is... I didn't understand how she felt. Not at all. I thought we were close and still.
What are you gonna do?
But in the end, all her meddling was, like, totally pointless. She died so you guys wouldn't try to kill each other, and you almost ended up doing it anyway. Thanks to you, her death had no purpose at all. Of course it did, we're still here. In fact, it was because of her stupid meddling that the rest of you nearly bit the big one.
Too bad.
She deserves all the blame. Everyone blame her, go ahead, she deserves it. Now then, the next victim has been decided. What do you mean, next victim? Nobody here blames anyone. Yeah, fuck off, Monokuma.
Huh?
First of all, you're in the wrong for tricking Hina with that fake suicide note. And plus, Sakura's death wasn't a waste.
Say what?
Because she made us remember. We're not enemies that hate each other. We're friends who need to work together.
You know?
Damn straight. This is all because of our misplaced hatred.
Well,
I don't blame her. I can't blame her. And nobody can blame Hina either. What? Whether or not there was a spy never really mattered. Because the one we need to destroy is you. Nobody else. What the heck? That's not how this is supposed to go. But anyway, are you sure about that? This killing game is a competition between all of you. Remember?
Hey!
Your enemy is each other. He's absolutely right about that.
Phew!
Ah, lovely Byakuya. You understand, don't you? Go on, pull the rug out from under him. This is a life or death elimination match. The only way to survive is to win. There can be no doubt that those are the rules of the game. Which is why I am bowing out of the game. Eh?
Naturally.
Sakura and Hina were both willing to sacrifice their own lives to deny the reality of the game. Thanks to them, it would appear the others have cast aside their fear for this game.
Don't make me
There's no
repeat
point in
myself.
participating in a game which has lost that sense of excitement. Which is why I will no longer be participating in it. What's going on here? Now I have only one thing to look forward to.
It's all clear.
And that is to heap the harshest possible punishment onto the one who thinks they can control me. But Byakuya? Does this mean... Don't misunderstand. I'm misunderstanding right now. I haven't been moved by some thoughtless sentimentalism, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, you so have. Look at your face. Wherever Master goes, I go. And if the mastermind turns out to be a guy, maybe I can catch on fire. Everyone.
Hey,
Well, now can you say that Sakura's death has had no meaning? Viva la revolution, yes. Nah, how boring. But nothing good can come of this. I'm still gonna be the one having the fun time.
What the heck?
The fun... time? Anyway, let's forget about that good-for-nothing backstabber and get back on track.
You want me to
It's the
punish
moment
you
you've all
guys?
been waiting for. Punishment time! Wait, but Sakura was technically the killer, right? And she's dead. You're not gonna... Is it me?
Wrong.
Oh heavens no! Just because the blackened is dead doesn't mean I can just sub in whoever else student I want. Didn't I tell you? I'm very particular about the bear times 1 rule.
Listen up.
But I spent so much time preparing my special punishment, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. So for my special punishment, I've prepared a special guest. Oh no. I forgot about this. No! A special guest. Let's give it everything we've got.
It's punishment time.
No! For fuck's sake. No. Alter ego. We goofed. We goofed. We let alter ego die. You! You suck, man! You turned him into a mangled hunk of junk! That really took it out of me. Maybe I'll go grill up a plate of chicken. After all, they say for post-workout grub, chicken's where it's at. And I'm all about the grilled goodness. Sorry, my dad came in. Okay. Fried, boiled, give me a break. The color, the smell, the succulence. Grilled is where it's at. It's also the healthiest for you. If you're into that sort of thing. You good, bro? Yeah, sorry, my dad came in. I realized how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So, it's okay. If it's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. Alter Ego's words raced through my heart and soul, and my disbelief gave way to raw anger. The anger turned to fury, black and muddy and boiling over. It bubbled up through my body, quickly overflowing and shooting out of my mouth. I threw up. How dare you? That was my friend! How dare you kill him?
What's the matter?
Huh? You were friends with a laptop? That's pretty pathetic. What's next? Friends with a basketball? Shut the hell up! He wasn't just a laptop, he was my friend! And you killed him! Out of context, this would be fucking hilarious. Is that what you call animism? Where a soul dwells within all things, even, like, laptops? Well, you can call it whatever you want. Bottom line is, it got in my way. It was trying to find things out, all sneaky.
Just as I
So,
thought.
you finally noticed him.
Actually...
Finally? No, I knew about it from the very beginning. I knew Chihiro was doing something with the laptop, and I knew you were using it to analyze data. I knew exactly how it was all gonna play out from the start. What?
What are you thinking?
You knew? And you were still cocky enough to let us take the plunge.
Yep.
Well, I mean, get the data in that laptop? It was... I guess you could call it a gift. From me to you.
Phew.
Or maybe more like a reward in honor of you being able to unlock something so difficult.
Hey.
So of course, I didn't care if you got access to that. But sneaking into the network was just too personal, so I had to do a little, you know, reformatting.
I want to be able to help.
I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. No, Alter Ego, no! Alter Ego wanted to fight for us. He wanted to help at the risk of his own life. And for that, he was killed. Yeah, the punishment times made me feel 1,000,000,000 times better.
Very
Experiencing a meaningless death is so soothing. It makes me remember that every low can get even lower. No. An error occurred. Oh, did it now? Oh, fuck off. Huh? Do I have your attention? Okay then, here we go. Prepare your ears for the dulcet tones of yours truly. Hello again. Hello. One other thing, Hina. There's something I'd like you to tell the others. Hopefully it will act as a clue to help you unravel the mystery of this school. What? A clue?
Hina.
I've spoken with the mastermind off and on the whole time I've been here, and so I've learned one thing, which is, the mastermind has done something to us. I think what they've done is... Oopsie daisy, oh that was a close one. Another word and we would have been hip deep in spoiler territory. Okay, I don't want to ruin the surprise, so book club is dismissed for today. What? You can't just stop at the most important bit. It makes your brain rumble and tumble, huh? It makes you so mad you don't even friggin' know, huh? That's the whole point, stupid. It's to get back at you for all your for hardening your resolve. Fine. But at least Sakura's knows. I'm not gonna ever let any of you greaseballs have it. But... Sucks for you losers. Wait, what's this?
What?
What is it now? There's one last line in the note. And let me just say this to the mastermind. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you, you bastard. No matter what. And that's seriously it. Huh? Wow, what a stubborn loser, huh? She won't lay down and die. She'll fight you. Well, whatever. Who cares what some dead musclehead has to say?
Well...
Okay, I'm out of here. You guys should try and get some rest, you know. Maybe take some time to reconsider how you approach this school life of yours. Are you sure you don't want to graduate? Can you really cut free from the regrets of the outside world? Think about that. Think long, think hard. Those were his parting words to us before disappearing. But what was that all about? Sakura's final message. Her last clue to help us solve the mystery of this school. The mastermind did something to us? Kyoko said something like that before, didn't she? It was after Celeste's trial was over.
You...
What did you do? What did you do to my body?
Who?
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body? The mastermind did something. To our bodies. What are they saying the mastermind did? What did the mastermind do to us? I mean, did the mastermind plan a bomb on us or something? Oh, topical. No, that comes later. And if we try to leave the school, a sensor goes off. And the bomb explodes? I've seen stuff like that in movies and comic books and stuff, so it's not totally unheard of. Yeah, you know, fiction, not real life. Then this is fiction, so... No. I feel awful just thinking about it. I can't afford to acknowledge thoughts like that.
Yo,
So the class trial is over. And Monokuma's gone.
but
So... now what do we do?
Yes.
What else is there other than to head back up? Oh yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. But... Hina must still feel responsible. Dial back that ego a bit, girl. The kind of mystery someone like you could pose is absolutely no threat.
Not possible.
I would never have lost to that kind of challenge. Dude, you almost did. In fact, you literally did. What are you talking about? Kyoko and Makoto were the ones that figured everything out.
Stop talking.
Shut up! He's so mad. He's big mad. Seriously. I'm sorry. How many times do you plan to apologize? She's only done it once. How about you make that the last one? I haven't reached a point where I need someone apologizing to me more than once.
sorry.
Okay. I see what you mean. Then... I'll try. That totally wasn't normal, right? Did she just capture his flag?
No, 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 no!
I can't suffer the existence of someone who would disturb the romance between me and Master.
Huh?
What are you talking about? That's absolutely not what's happening here. Why would I ever go for a sleazeball like him?
What did you say?
Sleazeball?
What the heck?
That's right, I called you a sleazeball. 'Cause you are. Sleazeball.
See.
Apparently you still have a death wish. Oh, more biting sarcasm. No wonder you don't have any friends.
No, no, no!
Hey, stop fighting with Master. You're making me jealous. I want the abuse give and take. Me! I guess it's not so easy for everyone to act like friends. And we're back to the unserious bullshit. Well, that's just how it is for now. I love how Jack acknowledges that it's just a terrible abusive relationship. And so, Sakura's class trial came to an end, and we returned to the world of Hope's Peak Academy. But the story wasn't even close to over. Time kept marching on. We all went back to our rooms, and before long, night snuck up on us.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Perish. Nighttime descended and pulled me down along with it, down into sleep. I couldn't remember the last time I'd fallen into such a deep sleep. But the night still wasn't over for me. A voice. I could hear a voice. Wake up. Wake up. Huh? The voice dragged me from deep slumber into hazy half-consciousness. My eyelids were like lead. Who is it? Kyoko!
Kyoko?
Why are you hovering over my bed? Weird.
Yes, it's me.
Kyoko?
I said
Wife.
yes.
So Kyoko's here.
He's so out of it right now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wake up, you dingus. In a flash, I was wide awake. What are you doing in here?
It's true.
I'm here to wake you up. Oh, I see. Wait, but my door! It was unlocked. You're unbelievably careless. It was unlocked? Are you serious?
Hey,
Always. That's true. And you don't have to overreact like that every time you're surprised. What time is it?
correct.
3 o'clock. In the morning, of course. It's 3 a.m.? The witching hour? Why was Kyoko waking me up at this hour? Yeah, girl, what do you want? Get out of my room. If you woke me up while I was sleeping like this, I'd be so mad. It's so late. What happened?
Makoto.
I have a favor I need to ask. What's your favor? I know the drill already. Remember what Sakura said at the end of her note? I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. I want to find out what she meant by that. Okay, but how do you plan to do that? Then Kyoko put her lips next to my ear and whispered. The data center on the 4th floor. What?
Goodbye.
I'll meet you there. Without another word, she was gone. What the... Her words reverberated through my half-dazed head. The data center? But I thought it was locked. Okay. Data center it is. The lint roll is still on the floor for some reason. I made my way into the after-hours school. I headed for the data center on the 4th floor. I'm very trusting of Kyoko. She just dragged me out in the middle of the night and told me to go to a secluded location where no one else will be. And it's like... He has a lot of faith in her. He is probably still half asleep. Eventually I wound up at the data center. But when I arrived... Kyoko's not here. And that's weird. She said she'd meet me. Is she maybe inside already? I put my hand to the door. With a certain amount of force. It didn't open. I tried again, but... It must be locked. What was it Kyoko said? The data center on the 4th floor.
What's this?
Oh ho! What are you doing up, mister? Yeah! Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? Oh, well, I just... You're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet, right? But... I can see that you don't. Don't waste my time telling me crap I can see for myself. It looked like you might break in any second, so I thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Or are you gonna try and tell me you were sleepwalking or something? No, nothing like that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for crying out loud. Even I get tired, you know. Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Kyoko! Ah! Now you two!
You guys?
Whatever. The two of you, just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
Sure. You got it. Come on, Makoto. Let's head back. What?
Hey,
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
shall we go?
Don't worry about it. Let's just go. Okay. Yeah! Go on! Get out of here! Shoo! He's mad. He does not want to be up this late at night. So even Robot Bear is asleep. Fascinating. So we left and went back to our rooms. And then...
Goodbye.
So, goodbye. Hold on! Listen, what was that all about just now? She woke me up, made me go to the data center, which just so happened to be locked. And then she shows up late and we leave without checking a single thing. What's the point of all that? Don't worry about it. And I figured that would be the end of our conversation. Just like always. But,
Goodbye.
well then, good night. Sure. And then that was over. But as I turned to leave... Oh,
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Kyoko was right next to me once again, whispering into my ear.
Mukuro Ikusaba. The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. watch out for her.
Ooh. Suspicious. Suspicious, suspicious, suspicious. No! Oh, a new person. To be continued. Oh no! No! I don't want that. Get rid of it. Bowling ball. Fool by Gore. Finished chapter 4. Nice.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Nope. I'm quitting. I've played this game long enough. Goodbye. That was it! That was chapter 4, everybody. Hey Mondo, how's it going? You've been dead a while, haven't you? That was fun. I liked that. That was a good one. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, so that was Trial 4. I really liked Chapter 4 actually. I think this was, aside from a few things, little nitpicks, very good. Much better written than Chapter 3 in my opinion. And when I was playing it, it definitely revitalized my love for Danganronpa after the glaring disappointment that was Chapter 3, and Trial 3 in particular. I was like, man, they really can write for shit, can't they? So yeah. And the next one is my favorite. The next one's even better. I love Chapter 5, it's so good. Such a good one. Yeah, I finished Chapter 5's Trial. And I had started Chapter 6, but I didn't actually play any of it. So anything past that I haven't seen. It's amazing how I managed to get to the end of the game before deciding, you know what, I'm gonna restart the whole thing. Before even finishing it. Huh. Godzilla is still here. Okay. So, before we leave, and I need to leave fairly soon because I need to cook dinner. Yeah. Sit up straight. What I've discovered is, I mentioned this earlier, but the Steam achievements for the game, which I don't believe were on the Switch version, but the Steam achievements, at least in English, are all a variety of references to various pop culture. So, this is something that I've written down on an actual piece of fucking paper. Don't question me. And I'm gonna do a similar thing with my Genocide Jack info dump that I'm gonna do probably in the next stream. I'm gonna talk about her origins. And I want to talk a little bit about the Jack the Ripper case. It might get a bit gruesome, but whatever. It's fine. We'll have to deal with it. So, what I found is that if each character has a list of times that you can, or a number of times that you can interact with them, and you get an achievement for filling out their report card. So when you go into the game, and you go into, like, you have a little list of characters, you can see their report card, and so it's got all of their personal information on it, and also a quote from them from the most recent time you've hung out with them. If you hang out with them, you can often get SP, or skills, and skills, you can use those SP, the skill points, to attach more skills to your person, which will help you during the class trial. Which is why it's helpful to hang out with characters, and give them gifts that they like, because then you get a hangout session and you get to not only learn more about your friend, but also you get to new abilities, which makes the game easier. I'm sure there's an achievement you can get or something for like beating the game without using any abilities, or people have done challenge runs and stuff. But each achievement you can get for each character filling out their student report card properly, each has a name, and that name is normally a tailored reference to a movie or some other. So, for example, if you hang out with Taka a bunch, the achievement that you get for filling out his report card is called The Devil Wears a High School Uniform, which is obviously a reference to The Devil Wears Prada, a 2006 film about a university graduate who begins working for an editor-in-chief named Miranda Priestley, who's extremely mean and demanding and very strict. So it's a mixture of Devil Wears a High School Uniform, the High School Uniform referencing Kiyotaka being quite a studious and academic person, and very kind of sticking religiously to his studies. When we hung out with him for the first time, he mentions how all he does all day is study, and when Makoto questions him and is like, "Do you have like hobbies?" and his hobbies include studying and studying more. And when Makoto's like, "Well, I like to play video games and stuff," Taka can't handle it. He doesn't get it at all. So I guess that's kind of the name of the achievement references both a movie and also a character. Like it's relevant to who they are, like personality wise. Now, for some of these, I didn't really understand what it was exactly trying to say. I'm wondering if they kind of just picked a movie at random, because I haven't seen all of these movies, of course, so I'm a bit lost on some of them. Some of them, however, make perfect sense, and my favourite one is Sayaka's, personally. We'll get to that, though. So yeah, I'm wondering if, in The Devil Wears Prada, the protagonist works for a really mean, demanding, kind of harsh editor-in-chief who's like her boss. I'm wondering if she's supposed to be like a reference to Kyondo, or if Kyondo is like in reference to her, being that he eventually went from nice, sweet, nice boy to asshole. Basically, he became quite loud and scary. So I'm wondering if it's supposed to be a reference to that. Again, it could be that the Steam achievement names have references to stuff that happens at the end when you hang out with them, because it's a progression thing, right? You hang out with a character, say, 4 times, and each time you learn a little bit more about them. So there might be something that happens during your last hangout session before it ends and you fill out the report card properly and get the achievement that might reference whatever the Steam achievement name is referencing more heavily. But of course I haven't filled out any report cards, nor have I seen, I think, the vast majority, if any, of these movies. So, I'm not sure. I'm not the best authority on this, but I just thought it was really funny and interesting to go over it a little bit. The next one I wrote down is Chihiro's, which is the achievement that you can get for filling out Chihiro's report card. It's called Goodfellows. It's spelled with a capital F, which is capital G and capital F, which is the way that the movie is stylized, the title. It's obviously a reference to the 1990s Scorsese movie Goodfellas, which is about a man trying to join a gang. He's always wanted to be a gangster, you know? I believe his name is Henry. He always wants to be a gangster. And his best friend has, Tommy, is an extremely short-tempered, violent, aggressive asshole, basically, who always kills things. I'm wondering if he's supposed to be like in reference to Mondo, where you have the protagonist, who's always wanted to join a gang, and their violent criminal best friend. Mondo is a part of a gang, though he isn't a mobster like in the movies. He is part of a biker gang. And maybe Henry wanting to join a gang could be in reference to Chihiro always wanting to become stronger and become better. And of course he uses Gangster Mondo as like a kind of an inspiration for getting stronger and improving. So I'm wondering if that could potentially be the reason Chihiro's achievement is Goodfellas. I was a bit stuck on this one. I did a lot of research into the movie when it came out, who directed it, and a little bit about the plot. I went through the plot synopsis on IMDb and read through the whole plot summary, basically, trying to see if I could glean any kind of connections between the movie and the character that it's for. I found a few things. A lot of them are quite surface level, some of them are a bit more in depth. I imagine filling out the report card and actually watching the movie would help me understand greater, but I didn't have that kind of time. Sorry. Nor do I have the movies on hand. So I couldn't do that. As I said, not the best authority on this. Such a good film. You know, I've never seen it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've seen fucking any of these. Have I seen any of these? Probably not. No, I've seen a few, maybe. Okay. So the next one I wrote down is Mondo. So Mondo's achievement is Rebel Without a High School Degree, which is a reference to the 1955 drama movie Rebel Without a Cause, which is a movie about teen angst and gangs. So something interesting that I have found out about this movie is that the 3 lead stars had all died tragically at some point. The main actor, James Dean, died in a car accident before the movie even released. Salmoneo was stabbed during a mugging and died shortly after, and the movie's main female lead star, Natalie Wood, most hauntingly, died at sea under mysterious circumstances. She supposedly drowned, but the death is still being investigated despite her having died back in the 1980s. So quite a tragic story behind the people who worked on this movie. Thankfully, I don't think it was a case of anyone really dying on set, like in, for example, certain horror movies that came out. A lot of people tended to die right then and there as the movie was being filmed, but it was at different points in time that these people had unfortunately passed away. Now obviously, Rebel Without a High School Degree, Mondo is typical high school dropout type, I suppose. And the movie is of course about gang members, so he is a gang member. A pretty simple one, I think. It kind of it speaks for itself, I think. Hifumi's is Lost in Scanslation, or hang on, coughing fit incoming. Okay, I'm fine. Ugh. So yeah, Hifumi's is Lost in Scanslation, which is a reference to 2003 rom-com movie Lost in Translation, which is about 2 people who meet in Japan, a man and a woman, and the movie explores themes of social connection and culture shock, because I believe that the main character moves to Japan, and it's obviously very, very different from what he's used to. Also a great film. No. Okay, I'll have to give these a watch at some point. Danganronpa will make me more cultured. He'll make me watch movies. But it's the case of probably the language barrier symbolism showing that, you know, it's hard for people in this new environment to talk and communicate with each other. So obviously Hifumi is like an otaku, so the movie being set in Japan is likely a reference to that. Also, because of what his job's supposed to be, he is, at least in Japanese, the ultimate doujinshi artist. So, scans, or scanslation, is something that is a Japanese phenomenon of people translating... you probably already know what scanslation is, but photocopying Japanese manga panels or doujinshi panels, in a lot of cases, and translating them into English. So, bilingual people who know Japanese and English translate manga and doujinshi into English and post it onto online websites and stuff where you can read manga and Japanese comics. And they do it for free. A lot of the time, there's lots of stuff in Japan that does not get a localization into English or does not get released in the West. There's so many examples of that, particularly with doujinshi, because it has such a huge following in Japanese. A lot of the time they don't really feel the need to translate it into English because they don't really need to sell the doujinshi outside of their own country. So a lot of the time people will post their doujinshis online, but also sell physical copies when they're at conventions and stuff. But yeah, it's not really going over to an American convention and selling your doujins, you know? Not something Japanese people really do. Well, you've learned something new. Thanks to me. I'm amazing. So yeah, that's where the scanslation part of his Steam achievement comes from. So, Leon's is Almost Famous, which is, of course, a reference to 2000's movie, Almost Famous. So, the movie's about a teenager named William Miller who takes an interest in rock music. Now, he wants to be a music journalist when he grows up. I think he's like 13 or something in the movie. And he's an aspiring journalist, and he goes around trying to interview famous bands. And eventually he gets to the point where he travels with a band named Stillwater. And while with them, it's kind of like a coming-of-age type story, and he learns a little bit about himself, and being that he stays with the band while they're going on tour and stuff like that, and they've got groupies, and they don't really have a great relationship with their groupies, and well, when I say great, I mean healthy. And he kind of ends up seeing that, despite the fact that I think he's glamorized rock music and music in general in his head a little bit, that when he's forced into close proximity and gets behind the scenes access to what band life is like, he realizes that it's really not all it's cracked up to be. And he's probably, a bit like Leon, realized that, hey, music kind of sucks. In fact, a musician fucking murdered me. So, yeah. Or at least got me killed. So, it's likely in reference to that. So, that's his thing. Sakura's, her achievement is called Love Sport, which is a reference to 1988 movie Bloodsport, which is a martial arts film. Naturally. I believe it's set in Hong Kong, I think. It's about an army captain who deserts and goes AWOL for a little bit, so he can participate in the Kumite, or Kumite, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but what that is it's an illegal fighting competition set in Hong Kong where fighters, there isn't really rules. You can severely injure, maim, and a lot of the time competitors even get killed during this competition. And he does it to honor his teacher, who asked him to fight in his deceased son's place. So I believe that this protagonist was caught stealing from his, I believe, Japanese sensei, and instead of backing down from when he was challenged, he stood his ground. And so this Japanese guy took him in and trained him, and his son, who was supposed to take part in the competition, dies. And instead, the protagonist has to be the one to take part in the competition. And while murdering your opponent is frowned upon, it's not illegal. So people can get killed. And of course, this whole time he's being pursued by officers in the army who he wasn't supposed to leave. He just fucks off. And they're like, we need to get this fucking guy back. So they're chasing him across Hong Kong while he's running away from them and also trying to participate in the competition. I'm surprised I can remember this much about the movies, considering I researched about them like 2 weeks ago. This was supposed to all been discussed last stream, but obviously it didn't happen. So I'm doing it now. It's amazing how much I can remember about these movies. I've never even fucking watched them. I just browsed Wikipedia. I believe he won the competition, by the way, in the end. There was one really big dude who was like killing people and being all grotesque about it. So yeah. I believe he wins in the end. Which is not the same, cannot be said for Sakura, which is unfortunate. Aoi also has a 1988 movie, much like Sakura. I wonder if that's because they're friends. So her achievement is Mystic Donut, which is in reference to the movie, I believe it's a comedy, it's called Mystic Pizza. And it's about 3 girls who work at a pizza joint, and I think it's like a romantic movie. They all have quite complicated love lives. There's a set of twins, I think, or at least siblings, and a third girl. And I believe that the third girl, her boyfriend like left her at the altar or something, or she ended up not getting married to him when she was supposed to. And then the 2 siblings, one of them is quite reserved and closed off and trying to find the right guy. Other one's like, party girl, goes out, sleeps with a bunch of dudes, you know, kind of thing. I think it's supposed to be a comedy. I'm not entirely sure. It's not a very popular or very famous movie, so I couldn't find out a whole lot of information about it, actually. So I'm not entirely sure if there's supposed to be something in there that relates to Aoi. I couldn't really find a great deal about this, unfortunately. I'm a bit disappointed. I think that they probably were struggling with ideas, so they were just like, fuck it, this one. Maybe it's because she's quite a foodie and she likes eating a lot, and they obviously work at a pizza place, and they replaced the word pizza with donut in the title of the Steam achievement. Maybe? I don't know. Really? It's weird. So, the next one is a personal favourite of mine, mostly because I've actually seen this one. Or at least I've read the book. Byakuya's is the game Hungers. Of course, a reference to the Hunger Games franchise. So, Hunger Games, I'm sure you've probably read it. I've read the first book, it was brilliant. I read it years and years ago, but I can recall intimate details of that book. It's one of the few books that I've read that I can remember even like lines of text down to the word, you know? That book had quite the impression on me. Well written and very interesting. But it's of course yeah, him finding the killing game entertaining. So the killing game in the Hunger Games is actually quite similar to the one in this one. So a bunch of people watching children run around killing each other. Dystopian, one might say. But yes, relevant also to Danganronpa. They're both killing games, both orchestrated by a faceless higher-up. I don't believe you ever get to see the people in the capital who are actually in charge of the Hunger Games. At least not in the first book. So yes, the Hunger Games focuses on 16-year-old Katniss Everdeen, who lives in District 12 of post-apocalyptic Panem, which is, I believe, a region somewhere in the United States. Her sister is chosen to be the tribute, so the tribute participates in the annual Hunger Games, which is broadcast to rich cunts who, I guess, like watching children die. But Katniss, who is older and much more capable than her sickly sister, takes her place, and she becomes the female tribute. I believe Peter, who I don't think she knows very well at first at the start of the book, is the male tribute. So there's a tribute, male and female, boy and girl, from each region. And I think the further along you go, becomes more poorer and destitute. So District 1 is obviously the capital. And is the capital? Or is it where the capital is? I can't remember, it's been a little while. But yeah, District 1 is all like the money people. And District 12 is super poor. But yeah, that's in relation to that. So, the game Hungers, that's him. That dick. So, Yasuhiro's achievement is the Sixth Nonsense. Of course, a reference to the horror thriller supernatural movie from 1999, The Sixth Sense, which is about a child psychologist whose patients can see ghosts. It's directed by M. Night Shyamalan, who is known for his twist endings. Of course, Yasuhiro is very ghost-orientated. He's always freaking out about, oh, a ghost, you know, is that person a ghost? I can't believe it. So, and of course he's stupid, so the Sixth Nonsense. That's what that's in reference to. Kyoko's is Hope's Peak Confidential, which I'm pretty sure is referencing LA Confidential, which is a 1997 movie set in the early 50s. It's a kind of like a noir corrupt cop. Yeah, LA Confidential. Hope's Peak Confidential. Which is it's a good reference. It's like a cop detective kind of noir movie. Very, very her. So I've got the general synopsis here for almost all the movies. I haven't seen it. But I've got written, good cop Edmund Exley is trying to live up to his detective father's name, who had been murdered. Exley is very straight-laced and follows the rules to a T, which puts him at odds with his partner in the film, Bud White, who's brutal and tortures supposed criminals for fun. So, yeah, he's, maybe he's a bit like Kyoko, where he's very by the books, tries to do everything correct, not make many mistakes, not be corrupt. She's very much like that. She does everything properly and correctly. Yeah, she's a good cop, basically. So that's what that's in reference to. LA Confidential. Celeste is the French Disconnection, which is a reference to 1971 film The French Connection, which is also another cop movie, actually, another noir-type detective film. It's a film about two grumpy narcotics cops who try to stop a drug shipment from delivering from France, which one of the largest heroin dealers in the whole country is trying to send a shipment. I believe it's to New York, I think, and he's trying to send a shipment to America at least. And these two douchebags are trying to stop that from happening and trying to arrest some drug dealers. So I'm not sure how that's relevant. It's probably just a matter of Celeste's francophile behavior being in reference to the French Disconnection, you know. So that's Celeste's. Oh yes, and then we have my absolute favorite reference, Sayaka's. So Sayaka's achievement is called Psychic, which, when I was looking it up, I kind of already knew most of these movies because I could just figure out that it was substituting the actual name for something relevant to the character. But when I looked up Psychic, obviously Psychic sounds like it could be its own movie in its own right? But I thought for a second, what if it's actually a reference to 1960s Alfred Hitchcock horror film, Psycho? Now, of course, psychic because that's what her phrase is, right? Psychic is what she's always saying that she is when she has good intuition and says something that makes Makoto go, whoa, what? How did you know that? But Psycho is a infamous film, I guess you could say. 1960s. It's quite old, and at the time, renowned for its twists. So it has two major twists. Well, it has a major twist, and it also has a very infamous, well-known, well-seen scene. So the film centers on a secretary named Marion Crane, who is asked to, what does that say? I can't even read my own handwriting. She tries to steal, she's told by her boss to, like, steal some money. Oh no, to deposit some money in a bank. But instead, she takes the money and fucks off. And she stays at the Bates Hotel. Or motel, sorry. I can't read my own handwriting. I scrawled this, if you couldn't tell. I scrawled it because I wasn't done writing everything before last stream, and ended up not talking about it anyway. So it gets to the point where I become slowly more illegible over time. But yes, she steals the money, and she stays at the Bates Motel, which is run by a rather meek young man and his mother, who is quite controlling and domineering. So, when the movie first came out, I actually have it on DVD. It's over there on my shelf by my TV. So when the movie first came out, they were very adamant that nobody spoil the experience. So what would happen is, you walked into the theatre before the movie started. If you were late, and you came in partway through the movie, or after it had started, you weren't allowed in. They wouldn't let you in. You weren't allowed to go in there and watch it. You had to watch it from the very beginning. And they quite heavily pleaded with people who had seen it already not to spoil the experience for anyone who hadn't seen the movie already. And the reason for this, and the reason why Sayaka's Steam achievement is referencing Psycho in particular, is because of one major scene. And that scene occurs about a third of the way into the movie, actually. A very infamous scene, the shower scene, where you get them to sign an NDA on their way out, basically is what was happening. So, the shower scene. So, what happened in the shower scene is that Marion Crane, this protagonist, goes in to take a shower and turns around, and there is the titular psycho, who stabs her to death. Sound familiar? So yes, the protagonist is brutally stabbed to death while taking a shower. Which is exactly what happens to Sayaka. She is stabbed to death in... yeah, the horrible music, right? The scene is quite well done, and obviously... I haven't seen the film, though. Yeah, it's quite a rough experience. It's a brutal scene, but... at the time, because this was the 1960s, seeing something... if that came out today, no one would give a shit, right? Typical horror movie, girl dies. But in 1960, and because of the way that it was framed, I don't think a lot of people were really expecting it. So, people would go into the theatre and then see a woman get straight up stabbed. At the time, it would have been like a massive deal. They hadn't done anything like that in film at that point in 1960. So it was a big thing. I heard the actress was so freaked out she never took a shower without someone home. I wouldn't, to be fair. I would explode. It's probably something that, again, for the time that it was, nowadays no one will give a shit, but it had never been seen before. So yes, I'm gonna turn this off now because the music is hurting my earballs. There we go. So yes, that's Sayaka's, my favourite one personally, mostly because I like horror movies and also just because I think that the fact that they made a Psycho reference is pretty cool. And the shower scene reference with Sayaka being stabbed to death in the shower, Makoto's shower, cool reference, I like it. Her name was Janet Lee, Jamie Lee Curtis's mother. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Yes. So, the next one is Toko. So, her achievement is called Strangers in a Brain, which is also a reference to another Alfred Hitchcock movie. This one's a little bit older than Psycho. It's a 1951 film, and it's called Strangers on a Train. So, this movie centers on a guy called Guy Haynes, to be exact, who's an amateur tennis star who wishes to divorce his wife, who he found out was cheating on him. And he boards a train bound for his hometown and encounters a man named Bruno Anthony, who is a psychopath. Now, unfortunately, poor Haynes's marital issues have been discussed in the newspaper, and Anthony has heard about this and offers a solution to Haynes's problem. They offer to do a murder exchange. He kills Haynes's cheating wife if Haynes will kill his controlling father. Now, obviously, Haynes doesn't think very much of this, and he just thinks, okay, weird guy on the train. Happens literally every time you go on a train, right? There's some fucking weirdo. So he gets off and doesn't really care much. But then when he finds out that his wife has been murdered, he begins to think, shit, maybe I need to, maybe that guy was serious. So obviously the murder exchange is that they kill each other's whoever is affecting them. Obviously, Haynes would be suspect number one in his unfaithful cheating wife's murder. But if he was somewhere else at the time, maybe killing somebody else, he would have an alibi. Somebody would have seen him being at the house at this time of the murder. It couldn't have been him. It's pretty good way, I guess, if there is a good way of doing a murder to get away with it. Because you get the person that you want killed without having to put yourself in any danger. And you can actively give yourself an alibi if you know that they're going to get murdered at a particular time. So, but of course, I suppose in Toko's case, the strangers in a brain reference, perhaps this conversation between Haynes and Anthony is happening inside of her own head, as opposed to on a train. So yeah. And then Junko's is Memoirs of a Fashionista, which is a reference to 1997 Arthur Golden novel, which was adapted into a film in 2005, Memoirs of a Geisha. The film is about a girl named Chiyo Sakamoto, who changes her name to Sayuri when she's sold into a geisha house by her poor family. Never seen this movie, never read the book, although I do believe my sister has it. I don't know very much about this. I couldn't find a whole lot of information. Again, I was rushing. So, pain. I couldn't find a whole lot of information on this, but it's probably in reference to the fact that geishas, like, dress up and are quite, emphasis on, like, the makeup and the outfit and stuff, which is all Junko being a gyaru and a fashionista type. So, yep, that's that. Oh, there's an achievement here. I'm going through the list on my Steam. There's the achievement called "You Must Acquit," which is cleared a class trial without taking any damage. That might be a reference to O.J. Simpson's trial, where I believe it was one of the lawyers who said, "If the gloves don't fit, you must acquit," in reference to the fact that he was supposed to have been wearing gloves at the time when he allegedly committed the murders. So yes, that is that's all of the school report card achievements. There's a couple more that are references to other things. Let me find. Okay, so there's a few more achievements. So there's one called 9 purses, 9 coins, 9 bears. So that is what happens when you get 999 monocoins, and is naturally a reference to another Spike Chunsoft game. This is more of an in-reference than anything else. It's a reference to 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, which is another one of their murder mystery games. I might buy it and stream it, perhaps. So, I believe that's part of their Zero Escape series. I believe that's the first one. The sequel, I think it's Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. And you get an achievement if you earn every other achievement in the game. It's like the Platinum. Despair's Last Reward. So, yes, it's another reference to one of their other games. Just a cute little thing. Nothing too big. The last one that I wanted to discuss, I have one of these already. But there's 2 achievements, one called The Color of Television, and the second one is Tuned to a Dead Channel. So these achievements unlock when you destroy white noise. So the white noise in the game is the little purple lines that come across your screen and try and block your view when you're trying to shoot your truth bullets and contradict people. Now this is a reference to a 1984 book called The Neuromancer. So, The Neuromancer is one of the first cyberpunk novels ever published. And it's set in dystopian Japan and focuses on a computer hacker named Henry Case. I believe he doesn't really want to hack very much anymore, but a lady finds him and is like, "Hey, we have a job for you," and he's like, "Alright, fine. I'll do it, I guess." So yes, one of the first cyberpunk novels set in a dystopia, and the first opening line of the book is, "The sky was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel." Now, color of television and tuned to a dead channel are the 2 achievements. And, of course, when you... a dead channel is normally static. So, and the noise that occurs when you are on a staticky interface is called white noise. It's that static sound. So to say that the sky was the color of television tuned to a dead channel is to say that the sky was grey or white. And obviously the achievements unlock when you destroy white noise, aka static. So that's what that's in reference to. It's quite a well-known book as well. And I believe that's all of them. There's a couple of other achievements, but none of them are really in reference to anything super relevant. Not all of them are references. Some of them are just like, there's one called Mr. Know-It-All, which is fulfilling in every page of every character's report card. That isn't really in reference to anything. That's just a cute little name that they came up with. So that's that. And yeah, that was all of them. So yeah. That's all of the achievements that I wanted to go through. I just thought it was cool, little pop culture references and seeing how they relate the names to the characters. And it's just interesting seeing where they came up with the names. I'm not sure, again, if this was in the Japanese version, or if this was something that they had decided to do for the English release, or the Steam release. I don't really know. And I don't know if the names were in relation to... I don't know if they translated them properly or if they localized it, like they did quite a few things in this game. But yeah, it is what it is in English, and I thought it was cool in English, so yeah, that's what I did. I did some research. I didn't know about them at all because you don't get achievements on Switch. No, that's one of the things I don't really like about the Switch. They should have achievements. They should have in-game achievements at the very least. Make me feel like I'm doing something. I think some games do. Some games have like a menu for like collectibles and stuff like that you can get. But still, there's nothing quite so tangible as the feel of getting an achievement.